Okay, we're just
We're recording now. So it's Tuesday, the 10th of May. It's 9:05 Greek time, and it's 7:05 UK, and it's 6:05 New Zealand. Like I say, 10th of May 2022. So, okay then, John, it's over to you, sir.
okay here in New Zealand. John here, John Wano, and tonight we're doing a Zoom meeting hui for New Zealand. We've got another one tomorrow for Britain with Sean Maguire and Andy and myself on a recording. It will be just recorded because I'm going away the next day and won't be back till Saturday or Sunday. So we'll begin this meeting with anybody that being trying to get on and that have offended me. I won't let them come on because it would spoil our hui. And so that's unfortunate that that's happening, but it's getting too much personal stuff thrown around, and I didn't want to respond to it, although Alfred responds to it and gets tangled up with it, and it drains energy when you do that. So we'll concentrate on what we're doing here. There's several things that are important that I'll just read them out afterwards before I go into the rules and the agenda. So I've been working on the agenda, and I think I've got my numbers of the enforcements a bit mixed up, but I'll read them out anyway. On this, the minutes of this hui is recorded from all our huis and meetings on Zoom and with Sean on Facebook live video. Recorded, and we're going to transcribe them with a gadget that can change sound into text, so I can hook that onto every minute. Now, what I do with the last minutes that we had transferred onto this date, so I've written it in on the beginning of the notice I send out, the agenda, that I just alter the date to today from the last hui minutes, and carried on to this date, anything that we add in it, and then that's how a proper meeting is conducted. I've had plenty of this on Marais for huis that I've held with our hapu, our organization, from one marae to another, including Titi Marae and Waitangi Marae. I've had minutes for those, and everything I do, because the governments of New Zealand and Britain will only accept, or they would only take minutes of a meeting that's happened and real. And because we're on video, our lips are moving. We're blood warm or alive, face to face. We call it kanohi to kanohi. And that means that this is better than using documents in statements you make. So it's everything that comes out of my mouth, Andy's mouth, and everybody speaking on these huis meetings is going down on the record to challenge the Crown Corporation in Westminster and the throne and the Crown's business. So that's what we're setting up here, an organization in New Zealand, the 6 people, to go across to England and Westminster with the 12 people there, 3 from each of England, Wales, Ireland, and Scotland, preferably 3 from each country that can represent the land of the native man himself on his land as an indigenous native born there, and can speak on this forum or meeting in front of the world to our documents and statements that we are joining together under this flag as British and New Zealand partnership with the British flag and our flag sitting on the cross rung of the British ship mast on the Treaty of Waitangi grounds as still in contract since 1835. So we're reaching back to then and everything that's happened between to bring it up to date, to have an audit of accounts of the Crown and to have a settlement as such to find out where all the wealth has gone in the Queen Victoria Trust. And as far as I can see, everything money that's come from everywhere that's gone into the Crown Trust and Treasury business, that we have a stake in it as beneficiaries here in New Zealand, and Andy is on the other end as a partner to me, beneficiaries of this corporation business of the Crown, the big Crown, I call it, that we're challenging their authority and jurisdiction of their flag, the British flag. So I've got that for tomorrow's meeting with the right three admiral of the fleet of ships that went around the world, and to the latest admiral that's a baron now, a lord. He's a lord, and so we go to him. We go to him, and he's still there now. And I've got him there with his name in a proclamation that we pass each time we have these meetings. We pass. I read it out, and we pass it that we're going to that naval admiral of the fleet, and in contract with us with that shipmast at Waitangi, and put him with us to open the pathway for free passage for us to travel, to our group to travel to England, and for free passage for the British crew of 12 to come with the 6th crew and get free passage into the Magistrate Court in Edinburgh to do our search on the titles of every native land in the world, but starting with our one first to start the process off. And then we get free passage with the flag to go through Westminster Magistrate Court, which is the highest court over and above any other court in the world when it comes to Admiralty of the sea, of the fleet. And so we get free passage to go through there, and then we get free passage from the naval officer. I've got his name here, but I'll call it out afterwards as I go through his name listed as this meeting tonight locked to this date to put through as our proclamation for him to speak to us, and then he gives us permission to go into free passage to go into Westminster Parliament to dissolve the government here in the Parliament here in New Zealand, if we so wish to, after our organisation in New Zealand and organisation in England or Britain. We talk British government, not England government, British government, representing the 4 countries of Ireland, England, Wales, and Scotland, into this meeting with this admiral of the fleet. I've got his name here somewhere, but I'll read his name afterwards. I just because I've got the things to do, and I'll read his name from the proclamations. So that's the thing. That's what did you say, Andy?
This man I'm sharing the screen now that you see him. Michael Boyce.
The last one.
Admiral of the Fleet.
Yeah, Boyce.
Yeah.
His name I just remembered now. Boyce.
Boyce.
That's it. That's the man that succeeded from Prince Charles. So they put Prince Charles in there so Prince Charles can play around with it and as an admiral, but he's been cancelled out by Boyce, admiral of the fleet. Boyce has taken his Prince Charles' place. So that's knocked them out of our way. But I can talk about that tomorrow in depth with why we had yellow vests in our movement in Britain and Europe, where those people were protesting the Brexit and the Lisbon Treaty that Prime Minister Gordon Brown and Queen Elizabeth did that. They were instrumental in setting up the EU taking over Britain and Westminster for good. So I stepped in there. I've had a lot to do with that, and what happened in the World Court, where I've been writing to, and to the Magistrates Court. They never answered me, but it's on record. I'm just saying that now. Those documents I put up and refer to, we'll do that tomorrow, Andy. We'll have 2 hours session on it, full on, explaining the yellow vest movement. And I was there for the yellow vest movement on the legal side of what they're doing, and putting their names and photos on the yellow vest. You'll see on my Facebook page, you'll see the yellow vest there with those people's names on it, and their photos, and the Queen photo, and everybody. They can't take it off, Andy. They cannot remove anything on that yellow vest. I warned them. I warned anybody. They were laughing at it. Cumberfield, what his name is, and that other guy was laughing at it and making jokes of it, but their names and their faces are on there. I warned them, Andy, when we were doing this together, of the consequences of ignoring us and the flag and what we were doing there. All those protesters, those trolls' names and photos are locked on there in contract with us, with Andy and me. They can't get away. They can't do anything about it, because it's going down in history today, and tomorrow in depth. So we'll leave that one there, and I'll just read out some notes first before I go into it. And I said I'll bring on Forrester Hilton after our business is finished. He's listening now. He should be on there, but he's going to talk about banks and commerce. So he knows exactly how this flag business runs. Someone I was looking for in business as a banker, or someone in the commercial world and economy that knows how to put things together like the Freemasons. And I can do it, but I've got so many things to do. That's why I set up that pound note and tag pay and a mobile phone. The money already done is finished. I'll put the tag pay on another session and go right through it of how the water money currency and the gold currency, that King William's got the gold coins on his photo. You'll see one photo. We have the right to do the gold and to deck them against the gold that's missing from the crown assets. And so there's the photo of King William with his crown, with his gold coins as our authority to go and recover them and seize them with the pound note. We used the pound note to go after all the gold missing, and put a debtor instrument on it and a writ warrant of execution to recover all the debts. That's all that. That's for another day. But I'm just saying, in these things I'm writing down little notes. Won't be tonight. I'm just saying these are offshoot things that been set up in 2011 onwards, online on my Facebook, on my website, moaipowerhouse.com, and the Moai Powerhouse Group Limited corporate company I set up with that website, and all the shares and everything that me and Andy were raising the money off then, and all those people that clicked on to put their money into it worked. But it was still going through the tag pay process to make your mobile phone like a wallet, like the cryptocurrency wallet. We don't need the cryptocurrency. We're going to stay to the pound note, and we got enforcement there to force that pound note into action, because it's come from the King Tawhio in Waikato area where I am, where the Tira Waikato Wharehere Manukau chief that did the mortgage with King George IV in 1823. I'm locked onto those certificates. I'm locked onto those certificates, and one title to the whole of New Zealand wipes everything out. The radical titles out, and the second-hand titles out. So there, we've got those instruments when we go into Westminster and walk in there with the Navy, and so we put. Where did I get to? I need someone that's a banker, and I'll get to that stage later of the people we need with multitasking in the 6 people we're taking. So it can't be just anybody. They just need to know, like what Forrester Hilton's going. He's one of those people, so he can speak from his organization of just how we need someone like that to force the crown. We're going to the top. We're not going to another government. We're going straight to the crown in England and challenge the crown on the head, not anything else. And your queen is gone. She's run off now, and we'll have another story about that tomorrow. We'll touch on it a little bit in discussions, but there's too many things to go over, so I won't dwell on it. So we need a marketer and an administration person. We have a guest speaker, well, that's him, and do a little presentation on the time we got left after our business is over. We open the floor up to anybody to speak, and they can relax the rules after the meeting is over, so anybody can talk about any subject for how many amount of time before we finish. We're hoping that we can get everything inside 4 hours or less, because we don't want to drag on too long with some talk, too much talk. But I would pick it out. I'm looking for business people in the commercial world that knows how to run this flag business. If you know how to run the flag business, it belongs to all the natives of New Zealand to do some magic with it, because it's still live, it's still there as our use. And Finn can explain a bit about that, Forrester. I'm glad he opened up, because I'll interview the people myself to find out about them. And I was talking to Tin Chan, and I was hoping he would be one of us, because he's very good at what he does, at investigating fraud, and also knows the history of the flag with Delap Rupa. So those two people, and Alfred with the flag, knows a history or two, but they don't go as deep as I do. Beyond that, back to England, where it all happens. So they are there to cover what they can do with it here, but I'm going around the world with it, not just here. So they're only limited in the use of that flag to New Zealand, not the four corners of the earth. You can't go that far and extend the flag that far. So that's the difference between them and me. And I'm not going to tolerate any nonsense on our Zoom hui's, which is strictly to the flag and the Maui Crown federal state corporate business. The federal state is more important, as Congress, having a meeting in Congress as one government. We got no parliament. We got one state government. There's no need for anything inferior below a king's government and other people to decide who's going to go in. That's the problem with a parliament. You've got all the other parties vying for positions to go, and it all changes. The whole system changes with acts of Statute Acts. We wipe all the Statute Acts out when we stretch back to 1835 and start from there on that flag. All the astute acts from then right till now are wiped out, cleaned out from King William IV's Clean Start Acts, reformed acts of Westminster Parliament. He reformed the acts of Westminster Parliament, and then when Queen Victoria came along, messed it all up. He messed all his hard work up, all his Admiralty hard work up. And so we're going to clean the slate, put the debt on them right through that period, right from 1835, right up. We can go back to 1689, when King William the Third started the commerce off with the 8-point star on his flag, on his chest, the St. Patrick in Northern Ireland. So I went there and claimed the 8-point star. I went there to claim the 8-point star and didn't quite finish the job off with Andy in the St. James Park in Westminster. And before we were going to go to Westminster with it to take that authority back of picking up the rent on the land. That's what the 8-point star is for, picking the rent off the leased lands all around the world. That's what it's for. That's municipalities and all the councils picked that up in the council. So the council is responsible to do all the titles on the land and to gather up the taxes and rates and things like that, of the rates and that for the use of the land on a leased land certificate title, paper title, not the land itself belongs to the people, but they got the use of it. So you want the use of the land back again, and not for that corporate company in Wellington sitting there collecting all the rent off the land for them. So there, we knock it out, knock the beast out of the way, and the rent up ourselves, the whole lot, the whole lot through the world, one shot. So there, we've got that far, and business, the corporate business, we concentrate on that here in Britain, here and in Britain, UK. We have a group of 12 people there to organise what we're doing here and follow suit. Scotland, Ireland, England, Wales, and so I'll be choosing those people to join the groups myself, the ones in England and the ones here, because of who I think should be in there, who should be in that position to talk and be at least experienced at taking it on. Like Frank McElherron is pretty good at what he does with land and other matters that he can take up a position there of native of the land. I'm the native of the land here, and so what? The native of the land in England is Matt Taylor, you see? So he's the business manager there. And Jackie Little Gordon in Scotland, she's the general manager for business, while Matt looks after the business in England, the main part of the Westminster, and what happens with all the things around the world. He's the manager of the world of commerce and Commonwealth countries. He's in charge of that. So there, and Jackie's in charge of what's happened in the general manager business of running the business. So there, something like that. And then we go on to I just check out the profile on each one that we choose, and that goes down on the record in minutes. If I have a one-on-one private talk, not on Facebook, I have a private talk with him in just confidential in what he tells me, because that's what I had with Forrester today was a meeting of the minds, and to open up so it'll be good for him to let you know. And he's got experience, family that have bought land and know what to do with it. They just know what to do with it. And so we have to do the same thing too, know how to do it, or he's organized to do those things. So we can see and listen to what he says as a guest on our show tonight, and then go from there. Apart from what I'm saying about the pound note and what we're doing with it in England, where it came from, and go back there and get the permission to use it, and so forth. Use all those instruments that I've got from Mohi Manukau and myself, and so forth. All those sort of things. So please do not drag out time on matters that are not commercial content, business, economy, or bank, trade, government built inside our flag. So all the things are pointing to this flag, and the British government is using it, and all the people in the world who go to the Crown, and the money going to the Crown, they're using this flag. I can tell you that much. They're sucking the living daylights out of it. Through the Maori government, through the Maori iwi at Waitangi. All that business is happening at Waitangi. It comes from England, goes to Waitangi, then it goes to America to the business there. They have to get the permission from this king flag from the America business. See, so I'll tell you tomorrow when I got it all sorted out to go. So I want to keep a balance on business profiles of people that are screened to a position. So now we have myself as designer of the Confederation business operation organization, left to me by Mohi Manukau, Paramount Chief of Waikato, and his land title memorials in the Kaipara and Waikato for the 4 tribes. That I've got a memorial of his and the rock stone memorial in Cambridge, in the Waikato area, straight to Cambridge University in England, where those two organizations of intellect are responsible for bringing that here and planting Cambridge here, and all the Cambridge literature of everything going on here to go back to Cambridge, England, and draft it into documents to keep that side of the business going. So there, a lot of history is in Waikato area, and I've named, while I'm thinking about it, and Mohi named Aotearoa as New Zealand, not Aotearoa, because that belongs to the Maori and the government. The word Aotearoa is mentioned in the United Nations, where things have gone from the Confederation here. So I have to divide the Confederation direction, where they have gone to the UN, to the Confederation that's now going to Britain, because they didn't go to Britain. They went to the United Nations to get their dirty money, and not to Britain to get the clean money. So there, I'm just separating the difference in the Confederation and the whakamininga at Waitangi, why we don't get anywhere, because it's locked up. It's locked up in Britain. It's not where the powers are to control what happens in America, and the jurisdiction will always come back to this flag. And so the United Nations and the Pope is trying to take us out and the flag out and Westminster out, and they failed because the Queen and Gordon Brown went to the World Court in The Hague, thinking that it's the highest court in the world, and I blocked off with my documents and told them they can't do that. They can't override the Westminster Magistrate Court. And what happened? The Westminster Magistrate Court shut them down, and I got all the documents to do that, to what I did. I'll be talking about that tomorrow. So there, just a little bit of that. And then we go to business here in Britain. Okay, I've been on that one. That's the second one. These are just notes I put down of just a broad brush with Aotea Waka on the Waka, the name of New Zealand, the Waka, the four main tribes, and Aotea is one of them. Ngāpui, Ngāpui is another one, and Waikato and Tainui on the northern area. All these things are happening up the northern area to Hauraki, nowhere else. The contract is made with the northern region people, and so I have to separate anybody else mingling around with that flag. That they can't go beyond what those 12, 13 chiefs. How many have it? 13.
12.
13
chiefs.
Thir-
The
thir-
first 13 chiefs
Yeah,
that
that-
wrote the letter.
Yeah, those are the ones. Those are the ones that have right to their letter to King William IV, first right. And the chiefs, the 34 chiefs that signed after for the document, I've got them in there as well to further it. But anything that was added after 28th of October 1835 is irrelevant, because they don't go and sign something that was already signed and sign some more afterwards. That was their problem. In 1836, they added some more from all over the country. In 1839, they added some more. And so those don't count. They're not admissible in the court of law, as far as I know, because that's adding to the
They
fact.
added an extra 18.
Yeah, they added
18 chiefs.
to the fact. So I'm going by that to make the document unique. Unique. That's true. Because we're only going to go back to the legitimate side, not the legal side in this sense, the legitimate side of the document. So then we have the Waka of New Zealand, out of the 4 main tribes up north. I'll do that in another Zoom. The complete story of what Mohi had of the Parliament, what the native Parliament was set up with Mohi and the Freemasons, So that carving that sits beside me on my photo of the document is that title to the land, to the whole of the country, with those 4 main tribes and Aotearoa. So there, that tidies up commercial things. Everybody's got their history and their memorials, popos, and all the rest of it, but it doesn't have documents to the certificate, the piece of paper, and not the land, the piece of paper that the Crown in England takes over your land and takes it into their ownership, legal ownership, and the iwi is legal ownership in their corporations over you and what you do with the land. You can't go and do something with the land until you get their permission. That's what you're stuck with in anything Maori. Anything Maori, just marry that, marry land courts and everything are subjected to what the Crown in Wellington say, the Little Crown, what they say to the land and how you use it, not the Crown in Britain. So the Crown here is responsible of what happens to the Crown, to the Crown land and the Maori land, the Crown European land, the Crown land, and the Maori land, of what happens to it. So there, those are split out titles on the land, and they're more or less bad title. We have good title and clear title and allodial title wrapped up in this flag. So you search your land titles out, and you still come up with so many problems and so forth. We don't have any problems like that anymore. All gone. And being in real estate myself, knows a thing or two about certificates of title and transfer of land out of the native into the Crown. So we're doing the Crown back to the native. We're going back the other way and put it back into the native people of the land, which means everybody living on the land in New Zealand, for now, for the model, and the land, people living on the land in Ireland and England, for a start, those three. And that's why I got a radio station manager in England, Matt Taylor. He's the manager of all the whole thing, and he's talking to the land, and he can talk. And so we've got Sean Maguire standing on in Ireland. He can talk to the land as a native. So when we got me here talking to the land, and all the people who talks to the land, but I'm saying myself because I'm holding the title to the land, the one title to the whole land, and I can talk for the whole land of New Zealand, not just one little block here, little one there, and big one there, and little one there. None of that. When you've got control of, and so I'm teaching Matt Taylor and Frank how to take one big title over all those little titles that fighting over. Okay, so there, that just fixes the problems of what they do with the land and how the Crown takes most of the land and leaves you with a little bit and lease it and lease land, and you're there stuck forever on a leased land and can't buy it for yourself or do anything with yourself because you've got to give it back. You've got to give it back to them, the Crown, before their lease runs out. So we're the leaseholders. We are the outright leaseholders. We're the ones that form the lease for everybody on land with the Crown, because the Crown needs somebody that holds the lease so the Crown can borrow it. See, you see. So you have to get identified and challenge the people who are in the land's information here and the government to who's running the lease out. Yeah? You put your title to them, and the British Westminster government and dissolve their titles one shot. You see, so that's that. It's supposed to be short, these little things. And British Crown direct memorials, instruments, flag, chief by rights. This contract is with the king. It's still there. It's fixed. Extent can't be changed forevermore while Westminster exists. That's why they wanted to get rid of Westminster. The Queen wanted to get rid of Westminster so they can have full control of the whole world through this flag. I'm saying this flag because they can't do a king's job without it. They're borrowing it. And Westminster exists as a parliament. As long as that we keep, that's why I wanted to keep the parliament going, and not and for Brexit and Gordon Brown and the Queen trying to get rid of, to stop them from doing it and being successful to now. That's what that yellow vest with all their things are for, to deter them in the court. One hit. Extend forevermore in Westminster. Right. The Queen, Parliament, Queen abandoned the throne and Andy can talk about that tomorrow. We might touch on it tonight. And our trust business. So our trust business, the throne is empty. That's what I was saying the other day on the video. It's empty. I'm saying it again. There's no one there to look after our trust. And so someone's got to hop in there and put it. So we're claiming the crown and the whole of the business because no one's running it, and put this king we've got, the rightful king, the legitimate king, back on the throne, because I'm going to be going on the throne. I can talk through the throne. I can talk to the throne and the crown because I've got an interest in it. I've got an interest the same as all the native here and the native in Ireland and England and Wales and Scotland. They all have a right in that crown directly. And all the other Commonwealth countries follow us because that's where everything happens in Westminster. All roads, all corporate roads leads to Westminster, not the Vatican. They've got borrowed stuff, stolen stuff, and everything inside there is pretty dirty. It's pretty dirty business that they're running from this Admiralty flag, sucking the living daylights out of it, and with mortgages. It's made for mortgages for us. And in our time, peace times, it's supposed to be for peace, not for war. They've used the martial law and that flag to go and conquer everything and take everything or everybody and move them off the land, like Israel. They moved everybody off there. I can talk on Israel for a long time because that's stolen land through this instrument. The same instance I'm talking about that we're putting together to go and seize the whole lot back again with a writ warrant. So there, that and put it right and put the people back in where they're supposed to be on their land instead of chucking them off. No, look, hang on, I'm still Frank. So the Queen abandoned the throne when she went. I got all the dates for that when she went, and when she put our trust business and all that stuff inside the crown inside Frankfurt, Germany. Bang. It's over there. And she was going to set up a new parliament in Frankfurt, Germany. That's coming up too. That's coming up too. And so watch that one, Andy, because we're going to talk about that tomorrow. I'll tell you all about it because it's all on my documents, all over Facebook and the 83 pages. It's all, so I can pluck them off. And I've got the document there. What the good thing about these pictures that I put up in videos, the pictures especially, you can blow them up so you can read the words, and not like a ordinary document you take to court. You gotta have it in the right font so that the judge can read it. They have no excuse for not reading it and blowing it up on the screen, and for us to stick with that. Even if it's our business, we can write any way we like, with capital letters all over the place. I did the capitals on purpose to confuse them. So to muck them up with my document. In our court, in our own native court, we can write that way just to put them off. They hate it. They hate capital letters like that, writing in capital letters. So there, I did that for a reason. And why you look at my documents, it's got capital letters all over the place. I don't care. One day I'm in the mood to do capitals, and another day I'll do little letters. So they still have the same meaning if you're dumb and not to read it. So there, the throne and trust business and took off with the money, and another government. She wanted another government, but wouldn't say it's time Donald Trump went with her to make this deal. When Donald Trump went to England, the Queen was walking behind him, if you notice in the film, and Melania was walking behind as well, and Trump was in the front as a king. You see, so he was supposed to be the king of everything that the Queen, because they're two Scotties. He's a Freemason. There you go. He's a Freemason, and she's the head of the Freemason and the Jesuit, Queen Elizabeth II.
Froze there a second there, John. Dropped out. Oh, it's not dropped out. It's coming. Yeah, it's back on. You're muted, John. You're muted, by the way. You're still muted, John. John, you're on mute. John, you're muted. John, you're muted. John, you're muted.
Unmute.
There you go.
Unmute. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, yeah.
You can hear me?
You can hear you now, yeah. You've been muted
Yeah.
for
So So
40 seconds.
I was saying, yeah, I was saying we've got all the documents for that in pictures. So anytime we want, I can go and search for them in my pages and pull them out. And that's what I've been doing, lining them up for tomorrow's thing, video on Facebook's live video. So that was all. And hang on, all the way through four. And the yellow vest. So I'll speak about that tomorrow. And in Britain and Europe, I was amongst all those yellow vest people. I was on Facebook, putting everything on my Facebook site when that was going on. So there's a lot of information and the upsurge in Europe fighting against Britain and so forth, and Nigel Farage in the middle of it, and all that political stuff I was involved with, writing to them and all sorts, preventing
Camera's gone up again. He's muted. You muted again, John. You muted.
I mean, it's the signal playing up, so I'll just carry on.
Yeah.
So that and World Court in The Hague, Open Queen, some more about the Queen, and Gordon Brown. I won't talk about that now. I said no, and Lisbon Treaty. I'll open that up tomorrow, so people know. I captured on yellow vest in Westminster with the 12 people there in St. James Park. Andy can explain that later or tomorrow. He might touch on it tonight. And he was there. So he knows all about that. But I'm saying we have everything covered. All this, the reason why we went to Westminster and into the court to do our documents and swear an oath to each other. So when we do our final meeting of here, we swear to the king and their flag. And so the other ones in England, they swear to an oath to the flag and the king. So there, that's our oath. Nothing else. We don't swear to nothing else. If you ask anybody who else, everybody else who you swear oath to, there's plenty of different ideas of swearing to this and that. Like the police, they swear to the community, instead of to the Queen. They don't swear to the Queen because she's not there anymore in their world. So their little corporation swears to themselves. Because when I had a meeting downtown against the police, separate meetings, and I investigated all the Crown's businesses running in downtown, Intuition New Zealand. That's the name of it. If you look up Intuition New Zealand, that's where they set up their corporations, and one of them was New Zealand Police Limited, like limited company. They're running their own business for themselves. See, so I've investigated that for the court hearings, to where that money they were getting from the court, things they pick up from the court, from people seize stuff by criminals and put into the court, and that money goes into a consolidated fund, and these fellows live off it. They got their own little hideaway haven where they go, hotels that have free weekends and all that free stuff on behalf of their corporation. The police got their own corporation, people. Check it out in New Zealand. Check the registers. Registers.
Need to go. You're muted, John. You're muted again. You've muted again. You're muted. There you go. Might
Can you hear me?
Might be it. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you put your phone
Am
down?
I back again?
I don't know if you're catching the phone or whether they're messing with you, but rather than can you
Yeah, no, it's a signal. It's a signal.
It's the signal, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not them. It's the signal.
Yeah.
Because I know, I can tell. So yeah, that's treason and all the rest of it. So I'll leave that there now. I won't read the rest of it. Organization to talk about. We'll talk about our organization. The empty throne, pound note, especially the pound note, and the printing stuff. The machines I've got on my Facebook site. the printing machines that I was going to buy in France. I mean, not France, China, for 58,000 for a printer, to print the money, the printing machine that we're going to get. So there, it'll be about 80,000 now for the printer, for the pound note. So there, that's that. That's the end of that. Now I can go into the, where the hell am I? I can go into the meeting itself, and hang on, I'll get my other mobile phone and read out what we our thing again, just to refresh people's minds of how we run a meeting properly, of one meeting to the other. Hang on, I'll just opening up my other mobile phone to read off starting our meeting. Right. I'll start here. 10th of May today, 2022, for the record. I'll just put this down here. I won't put it on my face. I'll just leave the camera somewhere here, so you can hear me, because I need two hands on the thing to scroll it. So now I have to read this through just to refresh people's minds, although they can read it on the agenda. I send them with the code as well, so they can blow it up on their mobile phones, what I'm reading here, and see what we're going to pass before we go to Westminster. So I'll run through it. The message message me if you wish to speak, to be a spectator afterwards when we finish, or those who are business people who can speak to the agenda, what's on the agenda, can speak. Those people can speak, and the people who can't speak like that have to wait till the meeting is over, and then the floor is open. So that's the rule. I relax the rules and let you in. And the first one to come in is what's his name? I just said, Forrester. He'll be the first one when we open up, and he can give his little presentation of a businessman. So you must observe the rules on Zoom meetings, which you must read here. You must read it and understand first, as I will control what's to be spoken to on the agenda only to save time. We invite elders, the older people first, from Tiki Marae and Waitangi Marae. Well, although I know they won't come on and talk, because it's pretty frightening to be talking on this sort of hui forum for something important. So they leave it to me to do the talking, and I talk in private. I haven't talked to them yet because I want them to see what we're doing, so that they can learn how to manage things up there at Tiki Marae and Waitangi Marae, and to do it properly, and get success from it. So there, it's only as good as how confident people are in us, in how we present ourselves, and be honest at all times with everything we put to the people, because it's going down in front of the whole world, watching as legitimacy in the flag, and we're talking to the flag and the king and the people on the land. Okay, back to the native title. We so I'll just carry on. I'll read it again because I lost myself. We invite elders first and descendants from Ngā Puhi, Te Ki Marae and Waitangi Marae and northern regions to Hauraki of the flag signing, and all the hapu leaders throughout New Zealand and anyone born in New Zealand to participate on these online hui, and must stand outside the New Zealand Crown Corporation government system, right out of it. Iwi trustees and Maori organisations and political links to New Zealand Maori government, New Zealand government, Crown Corporation, and step into the British Crown Corporation system under King William III, King George IV, King William IV, and the hapu throughout New Zealand, operating under the British Crown system laws as a 1689 King William III of Orange to 1823 King George IV, and the paramount chief Tira Waikato Whare Here Here Manukau of Pohara Marae in Maungatautari Mountain, Cambridge, to the 20th of March, 1834, to the 28th of October, 1835, King William IV, and the chiefs at Kororareka, Russell, Bay of Islands, to the 6th of May 2022, and now that's the last meeting back then, and now it's the 10th today on record. Beyond and join us to Manahi Mohini. He's the elder on Te Tii Marae. Peter, Willie Peter, is another one that went to our native magistrate court hearings with us. You see them in the photo, and they're there as proof. We did have a native magistrate court hearing. Wirumu Hehe and Hoepa Ipiha, Papa Hehe, Bundy Waitai, and others. But those are the main ones I choose because I've had a lot of time with them over the years to construct this legacy for us and our partnership with Britain. The meeting is about legalizing our 1835 Declaration of Independence flag because it's got no legal in it. And so to wave around all over the place, it won't go anywhere on documents. Inside Westminster, you must get that right. You must put the legal back in it. Chairs, what's his name? Chairs, oh, I forgot his second name now. A lawyer told me, John, you have to put the legal back in it before you can do anything with it. So I've never forgotten about that. I never. Chaz Hirschfeld. I went to his office all the time, and that other guy, that Chinese Korean guy, the Korean guy, Choi. I went to his office, and he swore, Andy, he sworn to my documents and signed it, and signed the documents. We pulled those things out to stick to the flag, and that's legal. We've gone through all that trouble to get the right people to talk to, and they wouldn't honor and carry on with it with us and Cook Street. We used it on Cook Street, and we can still go back to Cook Street with that. The meeting is about, oh, well, I'll say that, as used as it was given. I better say this properly. The meeting is about legalizing our 1835 Declaration of Independence flag, or in other words, Declaration of a Sovereign Nation of New Zealand, the flag of New Zealand, the legitimate flag of New Zealand, flag inside Westminster Parliament and Westminster Magistrate Court in 2022, to use as it was given by King William IV to commercial trade, banking, and self-government as legitimate founding flag jurisdiction over New Zealand, as we are ready to use now, and use it now in 2022. So we shall keep to the commercial trading bank business of our flag with the New Zealand registered company called Ngā Atua Ewa Aotea Limited, registered company, in partnership with Moai Powerhouse Group Limited in London, registered, ready to go. That's been all set up in 2009. So there, it's been dormant. I haven't used it for anything. I left it for this purpose. As the National Hapu and King's People Corporations to take to Westminster with a delegation of people. So there, 6 people. We will not allow talk of Queen Elizabeth II and Queen Victoria, as this is about our kings only and conflicts with our Declaration of Independence flag jurisdiction. So they're allowed to talk when I open the floor up and relax that rule. We invite all races of people registered and born in New Zealand as native to join, natives of New Zealand and their adopted people into the hapu to make them part of us. They have to get adoption into this system to be a native of the land. Otherwise, they're whāngai. Whāngai people means adopted into the system of the title, the certificate, and birth certificate, and all the rest of it. We may limit the hui meeting of 50 to 100 people, or how much Andy can take on his license to operate how many people in it. So I'll leave that one to him and can handle, but you must message me if you can't get on. We can have the priority for people talking about the agenda or amendments to this in the minutes to speak. So anybody can come in and talk freely after all this lot. Minutes of the last week to be transcribed from this video on this Saturday, that was the Saturday one, to today's date. And then there was 12 in attendance. I think it was 12 attendance on the last meeting. I'm not sure. I have to check on these things from Andy's sending this stuff to me, and I can pick out how many people was on it to make it legitimate that there was a meeting of the minds and things like that to make the thing admissible in the court. Update agenda was from the 6th of May to the 8th of May to now to the 10th of May, and one more tomorrow before I go away. So Moai topic title: Confederation of Chiefs Jurisdiction. I decide with one exception that we will only stick to the agenda for anyone who wants to speak. Oh, I've said that. I'm just doubling myself up again, so we'll run across that. Raise your hand if you're in the house, in the meeting, if you want to speak. That's businessmen in the first place, and then anybody else after that. After that. If this fits your criteria, if not, you will be muted, as we have short time to get through our business, which might take a little time to read this through, so that it's concrete down on record. To choose 6 people, we talk about who's going to pick and all that. Registered corporation, companies, business administration of people operating from home. So we're operating this business from home, just like Jacinda Ardern. She made a statement that she's operating the parliament and government from home. And so we're doing the same thing. We're operating this business from home, and saves a lot of mucking around, traveling expense and all that, Mariah hiring, all that sort of thing, and petrol and all that. So the administration of people operating from home and people to go to Westminster to save our country and other countries that will follow our self-government, a precedent case against the New World Order, European Union, NATO, UN takeover of their countries after taking over us first as their first model native customary land guinea pigs. And we must stop the Waitangi Marae iwi trustees and government, crown and Maori people and the corporations from usurping this flag. So we're passing proclamations to stop them using it and take the power back off them. 1835 Declaration of Independence flag, because they have their own flag. They've got their own flag to suck on, the 1902 Union Jack flag in the sea, and not our flag on the land. And the 1886 Constitution, the 1986 Constitution. So we're using 1835 Constitution and that flag and the jurisdiction wrapped up. And we don't have to go and borrow another one, make a homemade 1986 Constitution. Thank you very much. Constitution transfer. So the Union Jack 86 Constitution and land transfer title memorials, while we, the collective Hapu, have the native customary land title, legal and allodial legitimate ownership title, and memorials, doctrines of discovery title, to challenge them in Westminster Magistrate Court and Parliament. So that's the end of that one. Gee, the words are so small that I have trouble reading the damn things. Parliament. So rules. Now I'll go into the rules and keep moving on. We won't allow discussions in churches, number 1. Religion, Satan or God, Queen Elizabeth II, Queen Victoria, whakapapa, tikanga law, Maori, iwi, arguments and games, emotions, 1840 Treaty of Waitangi Claims, obstruction from the agenda, objection or distractions from the agenda, host and me, foul language and abuse, racism and offensive remarks about us and the agenda, bringing a group of stirrers on that I can tell will get the mute button. Kate Frost, I'm just saying again, she's been personally attacking me to provoke me to make statements in front of her and fight with her so that she can plug this in and tell everybody that I'm a Satan and all that sort of thing. And it's not good. It's not good to have trolls around. And we have to be very careful, Andy, on trolls coming in without being screened. So I pulled them off the side and screened them myself on site. And Andy does that as well. He can tell and run over their profile on their Facebook site and what they're likely to come and spoil our meeting. So there, we're very mindful of those sort of people bring things in that and drop their things on us. Proclamations and declarations. I'm going into the proclamations and declarations now, which is what we enforce and swear to each other to take this to that Boyle, Admiralty of the Fleet, Baron, he's the Baron, Lord Baron, that's his title, Lord Baron. He's come out of retirement of a real Admiral of the Fleet, of the Sea, First Lord of the Sea. And all the highest 5-star, he's that man, but he retired from the Navy, and the government in Westminster pulled him out of retirement and put him as a lord, a baron lord. If you know what the meaning of baron is, you're going right into this sort of business. And so we've been with the baron. That's what the baron that passed away. He's one of those barons, and have a lot. If you looked at his site on how to conduct the Baron business, this is it. We've got the Baron there right in our sights. So there, we talk to him only, not Prince Charles, because he's been knocked out of the way. But they're playing around with that. The Queen and the royal families are playing around with Prince Charles to be king with his name and his photograph there as evidence, just below Lord Boyce. And so there, that's cunning. So I'll do a session on that on Zoom to go right over them and critique them and make sure that you know more about how they are conniving the money and the wealth off you. So number 2, enforce the new successor Confederation of Chiefs of Aotea, New Zealand and UK partnership enforced under Maui government. That's the Maui Maui ancestor government of Aotea. All these things I went through with Mohi Manukau, so I didn't make it up in my head of anything tika or Confederation talk. These things, the names I put there are for Confederation business only, not your whakapapa, not anything else in the Freemason world. So I'm talking as if I'm a Freemason when I'm not. I'm not a Freemason. And so New Zealand and the Maui Crown Corporation. So there, those words are already in Parliament in Westminster. They've already got it. The documents are sent and to the Secretary General. What's her name? Scotland. That's her name. Scotland's second name. So she got all my documents and didn't write back, but I've got the evidence online on Facebook to pull up anytime I want, if I can find it through all the pages. 3, dissolve New Zealand 1902 flag jurisdiction. So that's another one. Enforce and reinstate the 1985 declaration of the flag of New Zealand jurisdiction as an independent sovereign nation. That's another one. Enforce New Zealand as a federal sovereign government nation with our Republican flag. That's a Republican flag, right? That's another one inside the flag. Enforce Maui Crown into law under these King's Acts as we shall choose. That's King William III's Acts of Orange and King William IV's Acts of Westminster. So there, those two kings reform the actual parliament and made it clean. And these other donkeys came along and corrupted the whole lot of the hard work. 5, enforce my crown into law under these kings X as we shall choose. Oh, I see that. Enforce our own my crown style of legal writings in seals on our documents as admissible in British courts, unique to us and not syntax or UCC laws dissolved by motu proprio. So we'll go over a little bit about the motu proprio. Pope Francis tomorrow, he demolished all those UCC laws and said, you're on your own. And the courts are still using it, but you got to point it out when you go to court that they're not allowed to use that UCC laws. So after that, they got nothing. You can win a case. I wish I had a case to do and carry on with that, with the Cook Street one, Andy, but I had no money to go to the court to pay the fees. And because the amount I was claiming was too high, way beyond, out of off the planet. Enforce UK Crown dissolving New Zealand pretended government and Parliament from Westminster Magistrate Court or Supreme Court and Westminster Parliament. Enforce King William III Acts of Westminster Parliament, 1689 to 1703 King George IV Acts of Westminster Parliament, 1820 to 1830, and King George IV and King William IV Acts of Westminster Parliament, 1830 to 1837, as acts enforced and applicable to my crown, unregistered at the moment, and Ngā Te Wā Aotea Limited registered, and Moai Crown Powerhouse Group registered company in Britain. Moai Powerhouse Bank, that's the bank we're going to, is unregistered and ready for the power note. And Moai Crown in right of New Zealand is not registered yet, but that will be to replace the Queen in right of New Zealand, the Humber Queen, and New Zealand UK. So there, the crown, the Moai Crown in right of New Zealand and the UK, because he's standing there. He's standing there, the memorial that Queen Victoria put in there as their title. We take that title back and don't take it back to East Island yet, because we're going to suck the living daylights out of everything they use on their documents. And he's mana to God, the real God, not any other God, the real God. And I'll put a picture up of our marae in Taputapu Ake Marae in Raiatea Island, where my family come from. They pray on the stones in front of God and the sky above in open air. No roof, and a steeple on the top to make your power come through the steeple. No, this is going straight up. That's what I mean. That's the difference between this God and the other God, and the proof of the 3 points on the globe to make it round, and the sun is shining at the same time. Those sort of things against a stolen obelisk standing in the Vatican City as a penis and a vagina. That's the worst thing I ever seen, and I've got documents against that as offensive and chargeable in the Westminster Magistrate Court. They're using our memorials for stupid things. They've got stupid brains and stupid things praying to Lucifer, and scaring everybody with our memorial, scaring them. No good, not good. The bank, I got to the bank, is unregistered, and my crown in right of New Zealand is unregistered. New Zealand. Joint corporation business with you there, Andy, and your lot and our lot here in joint to make one organization that's strong. And we're strong together, not separated out. They can't plug us off because you're on the land here and we're on the land here, and you're where the Westminster is, and that's all that matters. You're on the land where everything started from. Corporation business in New Zealand as judgment creditors. We are the judgment creditors, and we are the principal, versus the New Zealand as judgment debtors, the Queen right of New Zealand Crown, City of London, Washington, D.C., and Vatican City corporations and other international corporations as judgment debtors, agents. We're the principal, they're the agents, the Crown agents, the big Crown agents of the Crown, the big Crown. So there, that's the difference. That's the difference of our title going with the flag. And just so you know, who we mean business. We're not here to fool around with anybody with something less. In 4th King George the 4th Crown purchased and Chief Te Rawaikato Wharehere in Manukau of Maunga Tautari Mountain and Pa on the mountain and the Memorial Rock land title transfer seller of New Zealand country as a native landlord of Pohara Marae in Arapuni, Cambridge, Waikato district. The original name of the marae was changed by iwi Maori from the original Pubanga marae. So there, they changed everything of our history and wrote it up in their thesis and professors and took all these titles and changed them into the iwi corporations of the Crown. The Crown, the little Crown in Wellington owns all those corporations, iwi trust and all those things, running our trust business, running a muck on our Queen Victoria Trust. And that's what I want to straighten out, all that lot. And foreclose, the word foreclose on the business. My father-in-law, Peter Mihinui's family house was next to the Poponga Marae, the name of the marae, the original name. Memorial Stone, the big rock. I've got all the videos, Andy. I'll bring them up one session and show you the memorial to this whole country. And that's going into the Freemasons as well of Mohi Manukau, how they constructed it, all this in Kaipara, in the native magistrate court in Awaroa, called Helensville now. So they changed that name. They changed all the names, indigenous names, into other names of everything, the maraes and all. My own maraes, Rongmai Tapu marae in Tauraroa, changed it to Hinerope marae and put the women in there over the men and all that sort of thing. Same as Tiki Marae, the names have changed so much to fit the titles. So the iwi Maori in where my father-in-law lived, is they moved, the trustees moved the house. Our house, I was living it with my father-in-law and my family, my kids, and moved the house to the back, right to the back, right away from the mana of the rock that he was guiding, of its spiritual elements. So I've got videos of that and photos of that to put it up to claim that back to the rightful hapu in the area. And so there, that's another exercise. I'm going down to the East Coast to bring those things back. All these titles, the title to the whole of the team marae and Waitangi marae, the PB3 block, the whole of Paihia with one house belonged to Ututongas on it. That's the indigenous name, surname, Ututonga, the man of the land, on that title in one house, and that's it. That's the one that I've got from Hare Ututonga in the Confederation. So the Confederation of this one that me and Alfred is carrying on that legacy of the real Confederation with the paramount chiefs at that time, who were with Mohi Manukau, Chief Mohi Tamati Manukau the fourth. So he's a fourth generation, family to family to family to family. That's why it goes back right beyond 1820 on the 1823 sale and purchase agreement of the whole of New Zealand to King George IV. So there, he's got the birth certificate that nobody else ever gets. That's come straight out of the Freemasons, and that's why they use those birth certificates, 1830, 1831, 1833, and 1834. I've got all the birth certificates. They were all given to me. He didn't trust his family with them. So he gave me all these stuff that he learned from Freemasons, the bro this and the bro that, of their meetings that he went to as a 50-year certified Freemason. Enforce dirty money in the United Nations and Washington, D.C., and dirty money, crown money, in the City of London, private corporation government of London, not Westminster. So we're keeping in the safety of Westminster City, not London, the City of London. We stay right out of there in their courts, the dirty courts. UK and dirty money in the Vatican City. Combined corporations as Moai Crown, Moai Powerhouse Bank creditors with the Moai Power note, money legal instrument organized, originated from King Tawhio take, what's this? Enforce, to enforce our original King Tawhio, Te Piki or Aotearoa Bank of New Zealand. See, they changed the names around, and original King Tawhio pound note. So they put the word Aotearoa anywhere there's a document with the word Aotearoa in, it got changed to, who's this car? Hang on, just wait, just hang on, I won't be a sec, I won't be a sec. Just hold the line for a sec. Hello, I'm online at the moment. I'm doing the Zoom call. Your call was Forrester has dropped. Okay, I'll forget about it. He was trying to ring me, maybe because he wasn't going to come on. Is he there? Is Forrester on the panel in front of you, Andy? Is he on? Is he online? Is he on Zoom? Forrester. No, it can't be because he's trying to ring me. I've invited him on because he wanted to come on. Can you hear me? Andy, can you hear me?
Can hear you, John.
Hang on.
You've muted now. You've muted now, John.
Oh,
That's it. You're okay now. You're back.
hang on. Hang on. Unmuted. No, I'm unmuted. Oh,
Okay.
I have to go out, Andy. I'm going out, and then I'll come back in again.
You're okay. I can see you, John. You're okay. You're okay. I can hear you fine.
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me.
I can't hear you. I won't be a minute.
Okay.
Hang on.
I'll tell you that's because his phone call took his microphone off him. It'll come back in. Just check on John there. Just make sure he's okay. Shouldn't take him long. Hope everyone can hear him okay. Sure of that. So we're on again tonight. When he was saying about Sean, we're doing a pre-record with Sean because John can't make it on the Wednesday night live with Sean Maguire. So we're doing a pre-record at my 3 o'clock in the morning. Sean's 1 o'clock in the morning, which will be John's 12 o'clock Wednesday midday. Just make sure. I have to pause it for a minute. Pause the record for a minute, really. Let's just pause the record for a second. He's back now. Try circulating. Gmail. Thoughts before Zooming today. Okay, cheers, Jin. Here he is. Right. Real money is seriously wrong. Are you back on, John? Where is he? You're still mute. You're muted, John. You're muted, but there you go. There you go. You're back.
Back there. All right.
Can you
In
hear?
the room,
Can you
yeah.
hear now?
Can you fine? Yeah.
Can you hear?
Yep.
It's just a bit of a delay.
Yeah, no worries. We're here now.
Yeah.
You're here now, John. We can hear you fine.
All right. Can you hear?
Can you
Yeah,
hear?
can hear you fine.
Andrew?
Am I muted? I can
Hello?
hear you. Yeah, you can't hear us now.
Hey.
We can
You
hear
can
you.
hear us clear?
We can hear you clear.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I'll carry on. I'll put the phone somewhere where it's out of my hand. And there, over there. Yeah. That's the best I can do.
Okay.
Oh, hang on. I'll put it. I'll put it a little bit more out. Oh man. Hang on. It fell over. It fell over.
You've turned your
on.
camera off though, John.
Hey, turn
Turn,
hang on.
yeah, turn your camera on, mate. There you go.
Turn the camera off. Oh, I'll turn the camera off, eh?
On? No, turn it on. Yeah, your camera's fine. I think your signal's fine. I think
Yeah,
your
no, I've just got to go back to the screen because I've lost my Zoom, Google Play Zoom. Hang on,
there you
I
are.
don't know what I've done. I've got to muck that up. Can you hear me?
Can hear you fine, John. It's just your camera's not turned on, that's all.
I can't find my screen. Hang on.
Oh,
Man, it's
carry
gone.
on, carry on without the camera then, John.
I'll just carry on without it, and I'll come back to it afterwards.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. I just got to get my headphones. I've done that. The loans, mortgages, World Bank, Vatican, paper money. I've got to read the thing again from the number 11. Enforce our original King Tawhio Te Piki or Te Aotearoa Bank of New Zealand. That's what it was called. We had our own bank here. We pick up the bank authority and carry on with it. And original King Tawhio pound note as our amended Moai pound note. So there, we're amending that pound note into the Moai pound note as our amended pound note cash currency inherited by us. So we shall immediately print it against the Moai Crown Treasury account in New Zealand and in Britain, UK, the Treasury, and then throughout the world, where our Queen Victoria Trust 84 money, gold, investment, trading bank business has gone into the United Nations and World Bank and Vatican as our legal tender paper money, debtor instruments against all corporations who enforce King William III, King George IV, and King William IV Acts of Westminster Parliament using Admiralty laws of the sea for martial law capturing countries and people for bank loans and mortgages and human genocide, extermination, and crimes of church and state, we charge now against their warm body and live person or human being and their entire assets. So there, we've got authority to carry on from an original bank and a pound note there in that enforcement. Enforce number 12. Enforce, create our own land title transfer certificates and original superior Moai and native chief Waikato Manukau memorials to take to Westminster Magistrate Court to legalize and enforce into our own law over the country one shot. Enforce number 13. Enforce authority and prepare a delegation to go to Westminster and Scotland Land Registry of the Manukau Land certificates. That's the Manukau Land Company registered in what's that place? Edinburgh Land Registries of the Manukau Land Title Certificate retrieval and identification of me as legal proof of claims to the land title memorial I hold as the abdication from Mohi Te Mati Manukau, the fourth paramount chief Freemason, and no one else, not even his family, can claim to succeed to the Crown financial instruments, transfer title documents of Mohi Manukau. So there, I'm succeeding to his title to those instruments of everything that was created here in New Zealand. Enforce authority of Mohi Te Mati Manukau IV, who entrusted to me his signature on documents to act as his legal advocate and title holder of New Zealand country as his Confederation of Chiefs of Tribes, as the president he was, United Tribes trustee. I'm the trustee, landlord, and surrogate King William III, King George IV, King Ernest Augustus I, King William IV, and King Ernest Augustus V, mandated and signed by Chief Kingi Taurua on Te Marae in front of the Hapu Rangatira, who didn't understand me, with Mohi Te Mati Manukau, for president of the Confederation, who instructed me to do dated, legal, effective, and binding on the British Crown. Today, 6th of May, 2022. Well, I'm locking that to this date, 10th of May, 2022. My verbal statement as an affidavit. Everything I say is an affidavit. The sum of all the affidavits altogether equals one. That's the law. That's how the law works now. There's legislation that if you've got a number of affidavits, a whole bunch of them, you put them into one affidavit, covering all of those affidavits that you put into one court. That's what we're going to Westminster with, one affidavit to squat the lot. Mandated and signed by Chief Kingi Todo on Te Marae in front of the Hapu Rangatira, who didn't understand me because they were young and they weren't this far up in the commercial world. And Te Mati Manukau, the fourth president of the Confederation, instructed me. He gave me instructions to do this dated legally effective on the date that he signed and binding on the Crown today. Oh, I see that. Witnessed in front of the Zoom Hui meeting and video and transcribed minutes that we locked to today's Hui meeting online as our evidence and witnessed by people who watch it. We enforce, it doesn't matter how many people watch it, we just use a number of people around the world who watch it, and that's our witness. We can't put a number on it. We don't go around counting people, but that's enough evidence in any court. Is the people at the Hui, and even when the Crown here and their iwi trusts have meetings, if a lot of people don't want to go, they still count them as being party to the contract they signed with the treaty settlement or whatever. That if you don't go, it's your fault if you don't attend the Hui. So yeah, I'm saying that to anybody who doesn't attend this Hui, to find out what's going on in session. While it's going in session, they are not part of the people on the floor in front. So there, it's just like a Congress of what we do in the federal government situation without the Parliament. 16, enforce. We don't have to pass any acts. We just use the old acts and stick to them and don't add bits and pieces to it. There, that's the way I operate this court. Enforce the Manukau native customary land titles to King George IV and Paramount Chief Te Rawakato Wharehere Manukau, 1823, transfer for Pukekohe and Waikato that takes the land and titles and memorials to no iwi can refute. So they haven't refuted all the ones I sent to them. Tainui and Ngāpui and everybody has not refuted all those things I put in front of them at Waitangi. Each time I went up there, I went with documents that they couldn't understand. They said, shut up, sit down, and then booted me off the marae. I've got booted off the marae by Hama Apiata and Ngatikawa on the marae for filming the flag raising of this flag on the popo, where the chief signed the agreements, and there I was recording it for this purpose, for the flag, and yet they kicked me off. That's why I haven't got back to there, because I'm waiting for an apology from them before I go back and set foot in there again, because I don't want my head blown off for speaking out against them, the iwi trustees on the marae, and I got a bone to pick with them all still on TV3 block, because I was a trustee with on Hare Ututonga side. I did all his land because he wanted to see who's on the land. I know who's on the land. I won't say it online here. I'll just leave it for another day. When I'm going down to pick all those titles up down the East Coast on my land block, because my brother more or less took them from me from doing any more when I was tied up in hospital and he got me out. He said, "You're not doing that anymore." Like he's the Tuakan, the older one, and told me, "Don't you do that anymore. Don't go online. Don't do this. Don't do that," and so forth. So I'm going back there to pick them up and carry on with what I was set out to do in the first place. So that's my bad luck with Titi Marae. Hopefully one day they'll allow me to go back up, but it'll be rough. It will be rough on them facing the truth of how the land title shifted out of its original native title into the iwi Corporation. So we're correcting that. 61 number for 61 Cook Street, Auckland, which will be a case in Westminster Magistrate Court, have to have a set of cases set up before we go to Westminster. Auckland boundary area, old titles covering East Coast to Hawke's Bay. Auckland boundary area used to go all the way up north, all of Auckland, right down to Gisborne at the East Coast and backing on to the Hawke's Bay. That was one title. So my own land blocks down where we're going tomorrow is part of the land title that I'm going under for that one claim in that northern region in Auckland. When Auckland got its first name, it was the whole of the area, right down to Taupo, right across the other side of the west coast, straight across to Gisborne. That was it's got 5 regions on my Facebook site. So that's another picture of that year when that happened, when they came from Ireland, Northern Ireland, to here and cut the land blocks up from the origins of the Native Magistrate Court in Helensville. So everything started from Helensville on the British titles, and Waitangi Utatonga title to the Bay of Islands. I'm putting that in here, enforcing that tonight to return back to its original title from the bad radical title of the Crown in Wellington, the Little Crown. So I'm removing their title and dissolving it with a writ warrant from Westminster. So you can't do this sort of thing here, because you have to go in their courts. Once you get in there, you had it, because it's their jurisdiction and 1902 Union Jack flag in the sea. And Manukau title to New Zealand country. That's another one we're enforcing tonight. And 61 Cook Street, titled the writ warrant. I already got the writ warrant for it. I could have gone to the court and won that whole land block for our business office, but I had no money to pay. The court fees was astronomical. The higher the claim goes, the higher the fees are in the court. 100,000 no less to just kick off a court hearing in the district court or the high court. I was going through the high court to make a case over $100 million. So the fees keep on going up after that. The higher your claim is, the higher the fees. Even in when I went to the Rolls building in London to do the case, that case was going to cost thousands to do a case worth trillions. And so we'll leave that one and do one shot case. Hang on, 61. Parapara and Manukau land title to the South Island, Stewart Island, and Chatham Island. So that one is another one of the original British title. I'm talking about British title, not New Zealand title. Enforce the Tawhio pound note to the Moai pound notes. That's another one. Enforce the pound notes machine, printing machine, license to print money. That's another one. These are all of the sort of things you got to do. Enforce the seizure of all original Rapa Nui Moai memorial statues used as legal land transfer title and certificates, sealed instruments as crown prized possessions, and assets gold stored in London, New Zealand, America, France, Chile, and wherever Moai are standing on powerful wealth generating countries in the world. They put the Moais there, the stolen Moai. So we claim the Moai to claim all that wealth back to the people, not to me, John Wynell, because I won't be here long in the world, for the next generation. So we move on to the next one. Enforce the seizure of all stolen sundial obelisks used by the Vatican. That's the obelisk that's standing that they're using for their instruments, their documents, for the title to go through the Freemasons to give them a certificate to screw all the money out of you. The British, the City of London, and Washington D.C. private corporations as financial investment memorial land title instruments on bank documents to make money from any stolen obelisks. So all the obelisks and all the Moai is where the most wealth is from memorials used on countries that they've gone and taken over with the martial law of King William the Fourth and Third. Indigenous people from Africa, stolen from Africa, so they're claimants as well. We don't talk about the word compensation. We don't get compensation by that crowd, and they decide how much you're going to get, or how much you're not going to get in the treaty claim of less than 1% of what they're stolen, and they get the 99% of what they stole to themselves and their little corporation. See, so that's how that works. Enforce the Maui Crown corporate media laws in these proclamations. That's so we have our own media straight away to tell the people in the whole world and dissolve the BBC and all those people with their side of the media, peddling the people of their brains to give themselves up. Enforce my Crown corporate media, I see that, laws in the proclamation. Enforce free passage for me and my team here of 6 chiefs to enter into England, Scotland, Wales and Ireland land records, or especially in Scotland land records, register, and Ireland St. Patrick's Memorial, and to enter inside Westminster Magistrate Court and Parliament as a native surrogate King William IV chief with our British partners and New Zealand partners delegation on the trading bank business under King William IV flag jurisdiction constitution, all wrapped up in one, those instruments. So there we go as a partnership already set up to go in without getting us kicked out of the way. Enforce the King William IV Confederation of Chiefs of the United Tribes flag into law of online Zoom hui meetings. So we have to enforce what we do with it, or everything we do online as a native King's Bench Magistrate Court. So we're doing a court hearing now, as we would be doing on a marae as an authority of the chief. We can talk to the chiefs face to face, but I don't expect them to come on in front of the whole world and talk when they're the chiefs of the land where they are, on their marae, where the mana is. They've got the mana. We don't use our mana. We use their mana with them and get their authority to do what we do and talk what we talk. They would have stopped me by now. They would have scared me up by now if it was wrong. So there, we are clear to carry on. That's why it says you carry on and do what you have to do, because there's no one else to do it, or no one that research that can go that deep to back up what you're talking about. And your lips are moving. Your lips are moving, and in all the words to match the words that are on your document, so that it adds to the document of reading things out and as proof that you're a living being and not a dead duck in their system in the court behind a bar. We got no bar. We don't need a bar to go in front of a court and you're going to have your meetings anywhere in the sun, open air, and have your court here. Doesn't matter. Enforce crowdfunding worldwide for Maui Crown Corporation companies, Maui Powerhouse Group Limited in London share. So we've got that all set up, Andy. I'm paid for the company here to renew its license for Ngā Tue Wāote Limited. So that's ready to go. I only did that today, and I'll register the other one tomorrow in England to get that one ready to go, because I kept up the payments to keep it registered and not get wiped out or deregistered. So they are currently online. So I'll liven up that, pay the my Powerhouse Group website where everybody can pick all these documents up easily, whenever they want to apply them to their land and everything. New Zealand Business and Administration and UK and delegation traveling to Westminster. We're raising the money to go to Westminster and delegation meeting us and those people over there, those 12 people raising the money for that in Westminster City and hotel accommodation in Piccadilly. That's in Westminster City where we can go. I've already got that place on my Facebook where we were going to go. If we got this through the last time I went through, long ago in 2011, I was going to come there, and I got those all sorted out then, and I just pulled them back. It's on my Facebook sites where I arranged with the hotels close to the magistrate court, so we can go walk not far, and do our business and then go back home, and instead of running all over the damn place where I was doing when I was there, running here and there and everywhere, and catching trains and things like that. Traveling to Westminster and delegation meeting us at Westminster City and hotel accommodation, both corporations in one place for 1 month or longer, plus expenses depending on the court hearing and parliament visits from the time frame period. So we don't know how long it would take. We'll soon know when we got organized and talk to the Navy, that fellow Boyce, if we get through to him, then we'll arrange with him to clear the way with the flag and liven the flag up. So he's our partner. He's obligated to that flag on with Dion Harp, the D Harp, and that Navy officer swearing that, or not swearing, but saying he's obligated to the flag. So we are taking it as the Navy is answerable to us when we are organized with a business plan in place. We got the tidal turbine energy plan right over the world in place, Andy, and that's all on my powerhouse site. All the things I've got that my powerhouse.com site belongs to the people, doesn't belong to me. Anything with my name on it will come off and go into the corporation. And so I'm only there to set it all up, just to let you know tonight, that I will be there as the director of those two businesses. I'm the director of the two businesses, and the financial plan, and the bank, and the economic plan with the tidal turbine and the water money and all of that stuff ready to go. We're ready to go now with it, barring the pound note cash. Living expenses away, travelling expenses to UK, England and Scotland, Westminster Magistrate Court costs, those will be horrendous. And I don't know how much that would cost with the claims we're putting in. So we have to think about that and talk to the court that it's coming with the pound note is when the pound note is legalized, reasserted, I mean, not legalized, but put back where our use of it is certified with the Navy. Spending money, hotels and food, etc. So that's that lot. I warn you now that you will be muted or removed if you are not experienced at land, real estate, maritime law, admiralty law, commercial law, contract law, business administration in land and crown matters, native magistrates court, flag, jurisdiction, and a whole lot more. Just to let others know in the numbers, if the numbers are too high on this Zoom meeting. So there, I'm just saying, we limit ourselves to how much we can talk about these things if you don't know what it's about. We limit the amount of people talking about it. The original elders chiefs come first. I think I've been through that. I've been through this next slide. So we'll go down to amendments to, here, and I'll have to carry on. This Zoom meeting is about the King's flag and King's corporate business, Crown Origins, the big crown, before Queen Victoria and her Rothschild family hijacked King George IV, King Ernest Augustus V, King Ernest Augustus I, supposed to be, and King William IV Crown Corporation business, trading bank business, with our native chiefs at Waitangi in 1835 and 1840, switch of flags. There, that we locked that one in.
You're gonna correct it, you do a mistake, I have to correct it as you go.
Yeah, I'll quick. No, it'll fall off. I have to go and redo it and edit it. I don't want to alter it, but I can alter it. I'm allowed to amend it for the next meeting, Hui meetings. Just when the bright people start reading these things, they're gonna find mistakes in it because I've got nobody to critique it or re-edit it. What I'm saying, but the thing is, they might not understand some of the things I'm using, like having the queen, the kings, the symbols in the right place. So I have to do it myself, and when I have time, and I'm doing this on the move. The 1994 amendments to the 1993 Te Tere Whenua Act is allowed to talk about as it gets authority direct to Westminster Parliament and not through New Zealand government, who have corrupted it. So the government is using 1993, but Hohepa Matiria, he amended it into the 1994 Act that nobody's using, only in corporations that know, that overrides any acts in the 93 Te Ture Whenua Act that is going against them. So there are a lot of things in there. I've got the original Te Ture Whenua 93 Act book, but I don't have any new ones from it. I've got the original one that Hohepa Mapilia wanted me to take over his position to look after the native land titles, because he knew I was doing land titles, and I didn't want it because I told him I'm doing seaweed aquafarms and I'm tied up with the Confederation. So there, otherwise I would have been doing the Te Ture Whenua, but I wanted to go right to the top with Mohi Manukau. Said, don't go and do that, you stay with me. Then Matu Tarawa come along from Aotearoa and said, you don't listen to that fella, you come and listen to me. So I went to Matu Tarawa's home and did all the things with him and listened to him, his story. Then I went to Mohi Manukau's house and listened to his story. Then I went to Dan Davis's house in South Auckland and listened to all his stories. And then I added it up.
Let's go listen to Mohi.
I had to listen to those chiefs who had authority, and first before I went back to Mohi. After Mohi telling me don't listen to them.
Yeah, that's right.
So there, that's where I ended up leaving the incorporation and then going back to Mohi Manukau, where the British died off. So there, that's why I'm there. Can you still hear me?
Yep, can hear you fine, John.
Yeah, good, thank you. Name of meeting. Hang on, name of meeting, Confederation flag of United Tribes. It's supposed to be the Confederation flag of the Chiefs is the original that I'm going under. It was the United Tribes at 1834 that changed it out of the United Tribes of Chiefs, the 12 chiefs that put the letter together. So I have to make sure I can include the United Tribes of all of the country rather than just a few people. And it could have gone back in law to those 12 chiefs instead of the 34 chiefs in succession of the document. I'm going on the original document that started the process of. It was those 12 chiefs that had the 13 chiefs, correct the record, 13 chiefs that had the intuition to go to the king with a letter that started this whole thing off with the Treaty of Waitangi, 1840, and the 1834 United Tribes first. The second, they're a second party to a first party in this documents. When you look into the documents itself and investigate it like how I did, I'm more a native title investigator of titles. There, put it that way. Agenda extended from Sunday, 8th of April, supposed to be May 2022 to 6 p.m. on the 10th of May 2022 at 6 p.m. And so we've got some more here. I've got to sort it out yet because I haven't gone back to it. I've been busy doing other things. Flag meaning and why it can't be lowered off the ship mast is still a live contract with the British Crown, King William IV, sovereign monarch, and business partnership, and British Royal Navy military protectorate and 1835 flag jurisdiction over New Zealand from 20th of October 1835 to today, the 10th of May 2022, locked in today's hui and on the record. Memorial title to the land, legal documents and historic connections to the chief man of the land as Moai in Dunedin, and the rock memorial to the chief Te Waikato Whalahere Manukau on Pohara Marae Pass site in Maungatautari Mountain, Cambridge, Hamilton. So there, those are the two memorials. Those are the two most important memorials here in this country for us to put in front of you, to investigate us. You can ask any amount of questions you like to challenge this title to the title you have to the Little Crown in Wellington and your documents. So there, that's I'm making this quite clear that you have to have memorials to all your documents and titles that you're doing on the marriage side, and put them up against this if you want to talk to it in this hui. 1840 Treaty of Waitangi documents with no British Crown printing watermark on the New South Wales, Australian, New Zealand document is fraud. So they got no watermark from the British government printing press. It has not got the taka watermark on their document, the Treaty of Waitangi document that went to America with the consulate, with the ship captain that took the document to America to run their business, to keep their business going from that time period, 1840. You see what I mean? You look at that tomorrow, Andy, because I'll explain that a little bit. I've got all the documents and things that go with it. I'll put them on site, so bring them up tomorrow. Lease land money collected in the council in Municipalities Act, or the council, local council Act 1835. You see where the acts are? The Municipalities Act, that's the 8-point star on the Queen is wearing to pick up the rent and all the rates from the land. 1835 Act. Look at the Act of King William III and at his time 1689 onwards, and the Act of Municipalities Act, if it's there, and then the Municipalities Act in 1835 King William IV, and you'll see what I mean. You see what I'm talking about, how the money is generated right through the world, that 8-point star in the four corners of the earth on that flag. It's simple. It's pretty simple when you know how it works. Flag to collect money for the British Crown Corporation Rothschild Bank. It's going into his bank and not our own bank, my Powerhouse Bank. See, so there, we've got that ready, or not to be registered in their system, but registered in our system, not in the Rothschild City of London registry. We registered as a private corporation to our own corporation and crown. Yeah. Money, what happens to the money from the land in trust on our behalf in the Reserve Bank of New Zealand and securities exchange on the stock market in Washington, D.C. And Sergei Trust money. So when John Key was Prime Minister, he changed the New York where our trustee money was going, and he put it into Washington, D.C. and registered in Canberra, Australia. I've got all the documents for that. I've chased them along the way, and him for the Panama Papers. Well, that money's gone out of our trust that they're playing around with. They're playing around and reinvesting it in all the countries from Canberra and Washington, D.C., not New York anymore, where it was in the first place when they set up the trust with Queen Victoria. You people don't know these sort of things because you never have the time to go and look at it. Money, no, I see that. So the trust money, all the trust money that's going into that big crown on the Queen's head, the Reserve Bank and Treasury taking out money for their own elite families, the committee of 300 of the Rothschild family, and spending it on COVID and war and for themselves, and leave us paying the debts forever. So you were locked in debt with their debtor instruments. Now we put the debtor instruments on them for life, forever. So there, that's another one. These are all the things we swear in front of each other today. When the meeting is over, you say aye.
Yep.
And then I pass the meeting over to everybody else. So we have, yeah, we're toe talker, so that the chiefs up north know what I'm doing. They know I've been running a court hearing. They know what I do, and Titi Marae. They know that those chiefs that signed the documents I took to Westminster, they understood a little amount of things I do, but they were there with Manahi Mohini and his Justice of the Peace stamp is very important. That goes with the Admiralty. That goes with the Admiralty on these documents to the King. Okay, so there, he's in the right place. He's in the right place. Again, 7, Crown of New Zealand private company, Queen and Right of New Zealand, take the court under Te Atua Iwa Aotea Limited as judgment creditor. That's the registered company here with me and Alfred and all the other six of us, and all the hapu behind us to support us to go and dissolve the Queen and Right of New Zealand corporate company, the Little Crown, and do the whole lot one shot as creditor. So we're the judgment in a court, judgment creditor, registered company of I just told you that registered company to take the corporation on with another corporation company of the hapu title Acts of King William III and King William IV Crown Corporation as a 1935 flag of New Zealand Constitution and 1852 Constitution Section 71 self-government. So we can use that, but we rather go back to 1835 where it's not mixed up with the Queen. The Queen gave us the Constitution 1852, and so we step back into our own flag, which is the Constitution of 1835. So you people know the legal side of which is which. Don't get mixed up in Constitution and jurisdiction. You stick to the ones in the flag. It's got a lot of things, instruments in that flag. Administration for the Chiefs Corporation Company to take the Westminster Parliament and court hearings of a People's Ngātue Iwa Aotea Limited, a Big Crown Corporation, against the Queen and Right of New Zealand, Little Crown Corporation, and dissolve the fraud government, Crown and Parliament, and install our own federal government. That's a one-shot government with no Parliament under Section 71 of 1852, or design our own under the 1835 Constitution of self-government. There, see? So we do that under the federal. We don't even go to the 1846 Constitution, which was amended again from the earlier one, 1835 one, before they went to the 1852 Constitution. So stay away from those ones that Queen Victoria is using for her documents, and her people over here that go under that system is inferior. It is an inferior title to a superior title jurisdiction, all wrapped up in a flag. Crown, I'm hope Dion, he's on with you, Andy, and so he'll have a say afterwards about the flag and the Navy chief, a Navy commander that he spoke to on the video, just put his face on record, Dion, as being the man of the man at the moment in time to plug that one for us. So he did his job. He's learning from me a lot of information about how to do things, but he's also good because he does everything Maori to inform the people, all the people in everywhere, of what to do with the King's flag, or which flag. He had to identify which flag of Cape Frost and the 5-point star and the 8-point star, which one is going to come out on top. So there, he's doing research as well on what I tell him. He goes and searches it out.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the Vatican.
Yeah.
Is the Vatican flag.
So there, so
Throw us under the bus.
so he's following what I'm telling him what to do and where to look, and just to solidify things, so that he's in the Waikato region of Raglan. That's his land blocks down there, right where Kafaru, the real Kafaru is, not who Kafaru from the Kaipara. That's not the right Kafaru on their documents. We challenged their title to Ngāti Whātua o Ōrākei. That's what me and Mohi Manukau were doing, challenging them, but the Crown stuck up for them because they didn't want Mohi and his things to go over them. And so that's why we couldn't do much with that. So there, that was the challenge against them, and how they managed to sell the land. Ngāti Whātua sold the land everywhere, and we got issues with that. That's another claim of Auckland and Cook Street. All that was thrown into Cook Street for another day. United Nations threat with Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern, WEF, World Economic Forum member, and iwi Maori trustees, Waitangi Marae, trustees King Tuheitia and Ratana Church Foma, Federation of Maori authorities, acting as if they're the Confederation of Chiefs on that side, and going to the United Nations as if they've got the authority from the original Confederation, which is us, carrying it on. I think there'll only be me and Alfred out of the whole Confederation that's operating in the right sense today. And we're the only two that can string it all together than anybody else who's half a cup full to go to the United Nations or even to the World Court. And that's the only place they can go, to the World Court, to take their grievances, to get settled for less. Or the Privy Council got shut down. This government here in New Zealand shut the Privy Council down, so we can't go there and take our cases. So that was another one we go up against, and dissolve that to bring back the Privy Council for us in Britain with the Navy. So there, I have to write that one in too, Andy, because I've just just thinking of these things as I go along, that there's just another one there, the Privy Council, liven it up again, so that we can take, we won't have any cases to take into the Privy Council after we finish this lot. We won't have to go anywhere because there'll be nothing to grieve against. This will wipe all the grievances out for everybody in the world. Government control forever. Make us own nothing. Oh no, I better go back a bit. Governor General, here I'll go back. Federation of Maori Authority, Te Puni Kokiri, and Governor General Cindy Kiro to take over our country with the United Nations and Vatican Catholic Church and make us refugees within our own land, and human rights and laws taken off us, and make us own nothing and be happy under the NWA, New World Order government control, or forever in New Zealand, the way it's going now, being the first country captured with our native customary land titles and whakapapa links to our land, and stealing our 1835 Declaration of Independence Nation flag that the Waitangi Marae Iwi Corporation trustees are allowing Jacinda Ardern on Waitangi Marae and Willie Jackson, pirates on the high seas, to take it to the United Nations without our hapu rangatira and Confederation of Chiefs express signed legal inheritance to the Crown permission to use it. So there, that's another one. So that is why we need to take the original land title transfer memorials and deeds to New Zealand, original Manukau King George IV seals, and sale and purchase agreement contract in 1832 to Westminster Magistrate Court and Parliament to claim back the whole country as one title and shut the scam government out and seize that piece of paper they got, the certificate of title, and throw them into the Sea of Admiralty with our 1885 King William IV, 1835 King William IV land maritime law on the land, British Crown particular flag of jurisdiction authority, before they hijack it and run off with it to the United Nations. So there, they're trying to hope that nobody notices what tricks they're up to. That's why we can't fool around here and waste time with non-important talk, but talk of Crown Corporation beasts. So we mirror them like they mirror us as a corporation too, and mean serious business, no small talk, no small time talk. We have a group of supporters waiting in Britain for us from when I went on my own in 2019. So this will free them all up too. We have people in Australia, Canada, America, Europe waiting for us this last chance to save everyone, their lands, resources, human rights, and country from the cabal, Lucifer, Nazi beast. Yeah, I'm saying these things out aloud because I've done my look into and research on who's who doing all the damage. Hapu Rangatira and elders like Manahi Mohini and Bundy Waitai, who sat on Te Tii Marae Native King's Bench Magistrate Court with me and deceased Someone Clark or Hirini at Taurangatira memorials, the popos, that's the memorials to the chiefs, all the chiefs that signed over there. That's their title. That's their title to the land, to the native customary land ownership titles I hold here from Hare Utatonga, Confederation member at that time, and Hohepa Epiha and Wirimu Peita and deceased Chief Kingi Todor, who sat with me and Alfred James Mitchell inside Waitangi Marae as a native King's Bench Magistrate Court and Confederation of Chiefs. Alfred Mitchell and I with the 1835 Declaration of Independence flag, hui, in the Ngāpuhi chiefs and with the Ngāpuhi chiefs. So there, we did everything right without mistakes or turning down or rejecting. So because Kingi knew I was doing something good, he let me speak because I didn't speak Maori to those chiefs and elders, and everybody said to me to shut up and sit down. That's one of the things this corporate crown in Wellington took away from Maori being able to practice their own Maori language, which fell on us that were sent to school to learn English language. That's why now I speak very good English and understand English better than Maori to this corporate business, and not so much in the Maori world where they are really strict on marae to stick to their tikanga, the law things to do and not the money. They don't have their thoughts on money. Their only thing is their land, their importance of whakapapa and traditional things, not contemporary. The government is contemporary talk, speak. That's they put together themselves. The Pākehā is the researchers, not the real original Maori or native. They use their own Pākehā to write their thesis and everything up so that we can't talk. We have to follow, when you go to the treaty claim, you have to take their research. And because I went with this research, with Mohi Manukau, they wouldn't entertain it because it was before 1840, and they won't look at anything before 1840. You can't do your claim. That's why Mohi couldn't do his claim. And I did all his claim work, all these investigations of title, everything before right back to 1820, when the two chiefs went to England. That's where we start from in our claims. See, so there. That's the difference between every Maori going to court in their little court to claim less than 1% back with the 1840 treaty. That's fraud. It's fraud. The whole bloody thing is fraud. European businessmen and women who wish to go with us, our delegation to Westminster Parliament and Magistrate Court, with all his land title information to show British Crown our title, true titles and memorials to the land of New Zealand, and New Zealand government hasn't refuted. So we follow the ship backwards and the money back to Westminster Parliament. So what I'm saying here is I'm leaving a balance of people that we take, as long as we got a European born here to come with us, and not too many Maoris, because I want them to be representative on their side of immigrating immigrants to New Zealand, immigrating here on their whakapapa. So there, I'm leaving that wide open for 2 seats, 2 seats for 2 Pākehās to come with 4 Maoris, as being fair enough, because I'm picking them myself for these documents. So there, they have a say, and I know which ones to pick on what they have to tell me in private, and one-on-one for a long time. Today I'm with that guy for quite a while. Why I'm behind in things tonight. European businessmen and women who wish to go, I'll say that. Enforce the flag jurisdiction into law here in New Zealand, on New Zealand, by the hapu online. Everything's hapu as far as I'm concerned, and not iwi. Online website from now on until we get to Westminster. So the hapu has to get involved in their corporations with what we're doing as an authority to themselves over the iwi for once in the blue moon. And that's what we've been fighting up against all these years. All these blimmin' long years we've been fighting the Crown and iwi trustees taking everything from the hapu and bleeding the hell out of them and not giving back what they're taking for themselves and their corporations expanding businesses. Enforce and form a sovereign. Enforce and I'm talking about Britain, not here.
Oh,
This is all British stuff, right to the top. Enforce and form a sovereign nation, Maui or Maui federal, Maui federal government of New Zealand. You've got the Maui Crown and the Maui federal government. That's a one-shot government. You don't need political parties to decide from Tom, Dick, and Harry people from overseas that come here and pay their way in here, and then next minute they're in government. That's what's happening. That's what's happening in government. They have people, imported people in there running our government on our land, which is to me offending and abhorrent for mana whenua not to be in there, because they have to follow their oath of like what Hone Harewera did. He swear his oath to his chiefs and not to the parliament, and got kicked out. He had to stay there because in the end he had to swear his oath to keep his job. See, so what they do, the tactics they use to threaten us. They're threatening us, and not a threat. Declaration, and we're not a threat to the government here. It's the documents. It's the documents and what we say to the documents that we swear to, that they have to challenge as if they think it's a threat. It's not me. That was proven when I got deported from Westminster Airport, Heathrow Airport, that I had nothing on me to threaten the Queen. That's why instead of locking me up forever over there like Julian Assange, and they let me come home. That's the best they could do, was to get rid of me and not let me in. But now my 2-year lease, my 2-year trespass is over in Heathrow Airport alone, not the country, just Heathrow, and it's over now. I can go back. I can check with the immigration to check with the borders to make sure I've got a clear run through with the Navy and free passage with the flag. There, that fixed that problem. But an order from the Westminster Magistrate Court and Parliament. So there, we go in stages. We go to the Navy first, then the court, then the other court, the Magistrate Court, then to the Parliament. Enforce the laws of King William III Acts of Parliament, Church of England, Protestant law, and French King Salic law into our documents in this enforcement that we're doing. So we're enforcing Salic law at the same time as with the king to keep our legacy going along that line, to keep it in the common law for the common people in a corporation. So there, the common people will have their corporations run properly, like the king legislated the acts in Parliament for. So I'm using the acts for that, the Reformation Act. Enforce and form a federal government under the king's flag and republic with portfolios online. So we have portfolios to fill that gap of a government. of a federal government and Congress, and a spread of people to do that. So we do that on the run. We set up ourselves going to England, but we set up this federal government here. That's what me and Moy were doing in Auckland with Cornwall Park. Once we got Cook Street, we were financial to go and set up the federal government in Cornwall Park and take that whole park below One Tree Hill, the Mana Whenua, and put our memorials up higher than that with the building, with the memorial going higher than the one on the hill. See, so that's where I planned it all. I made all the plans up for the memorial title to over Auckland to be higher. That's why they go up the highest hill to take title over the whole area. You'll notice that the Freemasons go to the highest hills to put their memorials up there and their compass, their survey marks all over the hills to take. That's the Freemason title. So there, I know all about the Freemasons, how they do their title and their claim to the crown. Swells. They share in all the wealth. Enforce Hapu and Maui Crown in right of New Zealand Crown Corporation Limited Company transfer to a private company. So we take our limited companies out of the system when we get going and put it into private, like how they're doing, so they can't touch us. Yeah, that's another one. Enforce Queen Victoria Trust accounts from the 1840 trust audit and settlement into the Maui Crown account, trust account, and settlement into the Maui Crown account judgment creditors for the people of New Zealand, Britain, UK, and the Commonwealth countries and world in 250 countries. That's the 250 countries flags I had on my website, Andy, but it screwed up. It went all over the place. When it got slammed up and scammed and hacked, and then Jamie trying to fix it up, made it worse, and then I have to undo that and change the whole thing around. I had flags for each country, so when they get the shares, they can just click onto the flag and go straight to the shares and make it simple. So there, that's all set up to go. All of these things are set up to go right now. Enforce the New Zealand Navy to honor the 1835 King William IV Confederation flag and Constitution jurisdiction from Westminster Magistrate Court and Parliament. So we're setting that up first. We're setting up the Navy to honor that under this proclamation that we're doing in this paragraph. I have to renumber them again, that I'm just saying verbally in front of the world and the people in Britain. So there, we enforce that flag into life to start using it when we get the tick off online and have a Zoom meeting with that Navy Baron, Lord Baron Boyce. See, so I've sorted that all out, Andy, today. What to do today, tomorrow. Enforce into law Maui Crown business treasury account to overdo the treasury and audit it in London as successor to the King William IV legal inheritance prize possessions. That's what the King went in the world for, prize possessions, and everything is prize possessions that are picked up and shipped back to England and make money. Enforce into law stop all bankers' wars and alienation of countries and their land. So stop the wars with the flag. Enforce into law Human Rights and Bill of Rights Acts of King William III and King William IV applied to New Zealand, Australia, Britain, UK first, then other countries of 250 countries. There. So we do all this one shot with the Baron, with the Lord Baron, and then when he says right, okay, to his lips on the video, then this thing becomes active. It becomes law. Enforce into law Admiralty of the Fleet, George Legge, first I can't read, first Baron, Dartmouth, 24th of September, 1688, just before 69, to 10th of January 1689. So we're capturing him in the 68 Admiralty, his Admiralty, and the Catholic side of him in St. James into the Protestant side, right there into King William III on the 69. So we'll explain that tomorrow, the changeover, the crossover into jurisdictions, right? Transfer of the Admiralty of Fleet William, what have we got? Admiral of the Fleet, William Williams, Freeman. Oh, that's two. I put a bar between to separate them. So his name is Fleet, Admiral of the Fleet William, and Piers Williams, Freeman, 6th of January, 1742 to the 11th of February, 1832. See, that's in King William's time, King William IV, 1832. That's the period of Admiralty before King William IV got it from him. I'm going in succession, jumping all the other admirals of the sea because they're all the same. I'm taking the main ones of these three to link us together, Andy, with King William IV. This is how they do it. This is how you do it. And then you come up to the 1835 Confederation of Chief Independent Sovereign Nation of New Zealand in that period, 1742 to 1832. Lock right on King William IV, 1830 to 1837. So now you can see the power of the flag coming in this Admiralty of the Sea, 5-star Navy man that transfers those instruments off the sea onto the land, into the Westminster Court, Parliament. Right, Andy, you got that? King William IV flag jurisdiction. I said that. Right. Then we go to the next one. Transfer. I'm doing the transfer to Admiral of the Fleet, Michael Boyce, Baron Boyce. That's his other name. 18. I can't see. 1961, I think, or if I say it wrong, to 2008. That's his period. And then transfer, it transferred from 2003 to Prince Charles. So I leave him out. I leave him out of it because he's not a real admiral. And so that's where he fitted in, to put it to him, to put the Rothschild banks right in the middle of it, to usurp it for the King Charles when he becomes king with this Admiralty title on his head, and as an illusion for the people, thinking that he's a commander-in-chief falsely. See, so he's really like Prince Philip, the Queen's husband, was a commander-in-chief for many years, and the Queen was the Queen of the Crown. So those both people had the right to everything, from the admiral to the Crown money. They had everything for themselves and the Rothschild. That's what I'm explaining now, rather than tomorrow. A piece of it. I'll go in depth tomorrow about that with Sean Maguire and Andy. So it gets right to the bones now. Transfer to Lord Boyce. Now he's a lord. He's come out of retirement. The government cunningly got him out of retirement as a real admiral of the fleet of ships that went around the world. All the fleet of ships, not one, all of them in the world. 7th of February, they put him back. They put him back in to take Charles's title of Commander-in-Chief, and 2018 to 10th of May 2022. Today, locked on today, Andy. It's on the record today, out of my mouth, that we are plugging that to today, to the next week, and so on, and keep going and changing the date of our documents. Stuck to him. So we've eliminated Prince Charles off these claims, off these proclamations, that I didn't want to put his name there because it corrupts our side of the kings, and I wouldn't have a bar. I won't have a bar. Transfer, I say that. Enforce the 250 countries under the 18th. I was still there, Andy? Andy? Andy?
I'm here.
Good, Betty. I'm still, I thought it'd gone because I can't see you.
You're all good.
My phone is blank and I thought I was talking to myself. Right, that's good. So we enforced those 250 countries under the King William IV Constitution flag and jurisdiction of King William IV Acts of Westminster Parliament, locked into the Maori Crown law with King William IV jurisdiction and Hui, his seal. The seals that I've got on my documents with the king on the horse, King William IV on a horse, on his coins, as he sealed on the land, with his horse, not on the ship, on the land. So that's why I used the seal on our documents with him on the horse. When you see my documents with his here, with him sitting on the horse, that's what I'm talking about right here. 26. Enforce a direct order on the British Royal Navy to authorize Admiralty jurisdiction of our Confederation of Paramount Chiefs, King William IV, British Crown, 1835 Declaration of Independence flag, and Native King's Bench Magistrate Court. Now I'm enforcing the court in this hui tonight. And I'm doing these things all over again. What I did in Tiki Marae and with the chiefs, I'm just adding extras to strengthen the thing up. The thing I might have missed that time. The court and reoccupy Westminster Magistrate Court and Magistrate Parliament. So we're reoccupying, taking occupation over the Parliament and Westminster City as the authority. That is the authority right over the business of corporations of the Crown. Yeah. So we're taking stock of that piece of land with every other piece of land, but cut it out from the City of London. They've got their corporation business in a separate government city of their own sovereign, and we've got our own sovereign of Westminster City boundary area as our authority in government. See, so there we're setting that up now. Again, enforce, legalize our Maori Crown Native King's Bench Magistrate Court into 250 countries in the world, jurisdiction and constitution. So we're spreading it out to the whole world with that flag right here. We're giving ourselves the power of the flag to do it. Enforce the British 1835, 1846, 1852 Constitution into the Maori Crown Corporation law of King William III, King George IV, King William IV, and its documents. So there, everything we lock together. Enforce a starting point of the Native First Nations claims against the British Crown Corporation as judgment debtors under the King George V corruption. He corrupted it. The King George V started the corruption off and murdered the people in Ireland. And Sean Maguire can talk to that because he's got all the grievances under the sun. And all those people in Ireland who have been fighting with the corporations. So that corporation on the King George V and the Queen that followed, George VI, and then Queen Elizabeth IV, the second, corrupted it, king period in Ireland and New Zealand and Britain, UK, between the 6th of May, 1910 and 20th of January, 1936, Crimes Act of offending government of Britain, UK, and Rothschild's family of 300, Committee of 300, and the Bank of England, which is locked up in City of London, so you can't contest them. So they're really like Washington DC, put a fence around them. They put a steel fence so you can't go into them. In London, they just don't have a fence. City of London debtors. Enforce my eyes. Enforce the starting point of next first. Now I've said that. Into 1823. No, I have to say this one. Enforce starting point of First Nation claims of my Crown Corporation judgment creditors, with the creditors, they the debtors, under King George IV we start from King George IV at 1823, that sale and purchase agreement in New Zealand as proof that it all happened after that and carried on from there, that point in time. King period of Ireland and New Zealand between the 12th of August 1762 and the 26th of June 1830. And note here, Paramount Chief Te Waikato Wharehere Manukau, sale and purchase of New Zealand country to King George IV in 1823. So we're starting from there. We're going back that far. We're going back that far with documents that were given by British and land transfer titles. So there, nobody can override those titles straight from the king. Enforce a starting point of First Nation claims against the British Crown and Rothschild 300 families, City of London and the Bank of England, private corporations as judgment debtors under Queen Victoria period, 20th of June 1837 to the 22nd of January 1901, referred to Australia flag jurisdiction. So I've got a whole lot of things on that jurisdiction, flag and federal government in Canberra. I've got all that documented where they stole our Native Land Act and they stole our constitution from here, the fake one, the 86 one, and then they put it in Australia. I've got it. They fenced the bloody thing. And I've caught them in that. I've caught them. Got proof of that. 33, enforce the Maori Crown First Nations of the world in 250 countries. Starting point of King Ernest Augustus V, period of reigning monarch from 1837, King William IV to King Ernest Augustus the first legitimate king to the throne. So we're putting these things in place. Now, today is the true monarch, King of Hanover, 20th of June 1839 to 18th November 1851, if I can see my thing. I can't see properly. I got my glasses, but they're not here. 1851, illegal switch in the Westminster Parliament Statute Act to King George V, younger brother than King Ernest Augustus the first, was the older brother. That's where it should have gone to him, but they bodged it up to not go to him, and so that's a gripe I've got in this enforcement here, to put that record straight in succession to King Ernest Augustus the fifth, like today, 68 years old and living in London, for goodness sake. My Crown, brother, so my Crown claims the succession to King Ernest Augustus V, age 68 in year 2022. And that's what is going to fill the empty throne, Andy. That's what's going to fill him, because there's no other king can whakapapa or take a direct timeline of succession in king line right up to King Ernest Augustus V. He's the king of Britain, UK. This Ernest Augustus the fifth. Select executive to go to Westminster. Me, as John Wanoa, native assessor of lands, law and memorials, and a judge. I'm a judge also and a registrar. So I can be either one. A registrar is the boss of the court, not the judge. The judge is the banker. So there, I can be a registrar of the court, and I know how to do that. And Alfred is the second one to go. He's the judge of the Native King's Bench Magistrate Court. So he goes ahead of me as a judge, and I go as the banker, registrar in our native court here in New Zealand. And so with Matthew Taylor, and then will follow us to do the same thing. I'll choose who goes in their court, right? Like here. Manahi Mohini is the Justice of the Peace and Church Minister. So he gives the karakias and everything spiritual, tautoko. That means the authority from the chief to acknowledge and put the mana from Te Tii Marae and those chiefs into our documents. So there, he signed the documents before when we had a hui in the RSA building because they locked us out of the Marae, TT Marae, and so we had to go into the RSA to do our business. And so that he signed them there, and he signed on TT Marae by the Popo when I got kicked off the Marae, and where I got kicked off, and signed the documents there with us, and you see him in the photo of him sitting there, and the video signing the document. So I got those videos to put up of us actually doing it. We done all the work, finished. We don't have to go to TT Marae or Waitangi anymore. We just do it online, and that's all they want. That's all they need to know, is that we have right documents to go to Westminster, and they just give us our blessing to go. This time, Manahi Mohini, I don't see that. My Crown Business, Trade, Corporate Accounts Administrator. That's the next one that fills the gap. Business computer operator, woman or man. It could be a woman or man. They can consolidate these two together as a business trade and corporate accounts administrator, and multitask the whole lot as one portfolio. Governor, we need a governor, Moai government, native European woman who's up to speed with governor. You need a governor from a boat onto the shore to run the Moai government. So that goes into the mix. That's the sixth one to go. Apart from me taking a secretary, which the administrator will take up all that, because I can't afford to have. Jamie was doing our secretary, but I think it's a bit much for her. Although she's still on that executive with me here in at least New Zealand, and so I have to speak to her to relinquish her seat to the administrator, if that's all right with her, because she's got carrying the Patrick name to that 8-point star, for goodness sake, in Ireland, and that you couldn't get any closer to that on the Queen is wearing on her front of her, and all the other monarchs are wearing. That's her family and me. That's why the two of us were going back to England to go and claim Patrick, and I ended up going by myself because of the expenses of getting there and getting money from the shares Andy put together to get me there to do what I had to do, and go and claim that memorial to the documents that we had. So there, she's the family. She's the bloodline that her people came here, and the Rogan and the Cosgroves from Ireland are my bloodlines to be right there speaking about that land in the commercial world. So I'm in the commercial business and corporate business to talk like this. Governor, we said that. So there's a governor job. If anybody, Pākehā preferably, because I want them to talk from their side of the immigrants here, and the people who settled here. Would be nice to have one of those people. I wouldn't let Kate talk that position, because she doesn't have the credentials to match up with what I do. So there, I'm just saying this as to her in respect.
This is going the wrong way.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, I'm just talking to this legislative act that I'm putting through, that I'm telling who I want now on the hui, as if it's tomorrow. Home-based remote office, we need staff for that. We need administrator, accounts, and business. This is all the money we have to raise when I put the website back up again for all the people in the world to contribute, because they're going to be like something like this for once in a lifetime. Computer operator, website operator. This is the land base I'm talking about. From home, we operate from home, like what Jacinda Ardern is doing now. She gave herself authority to work from home instead of going into Parliament and getting slammed up all the time. That she's hiding away and letting them do all the work. And her health minister general of health is gone, and the other ones went with them with the COVID thing. They're running away from the damage they set up to keep their business going, and we're going after them with this one-shot affidavit. website, manager of banking and finance economy. We need a banker. I really wanted a banker and an economist or financial planner for our business plans to pick up the tidal turbine. I did it all myself. I set it all up, the finances and everything. So I can do it, but I just need them to take it off me. I need a lot of things to take off me to give portfolios to someone who can take it over, who understands how that operates. I know I can do it. I can do everything, but I can't afford to do everything myself and get tired because I am 72 and getting more tired. And thinking and making the brain work all the time is hard work. Administrator, so that's the administration here, and this is all before we go to Britain. Administration in Britain, UK, Jackie Little or Gordon is the company manager there. She's in Scotland, just up the road from the land courts records in the magistrate court in Edinburgh. So there, that's one. Lee Can, we set this up before I went there. Lee Can, accountant. He's a qualified accountant to take over the trust account, and he's been chasing after the treasury and the government for a long time with accounts and trying to make them accountable for it. Frank McElherron, he's the lands manager, and he could take on anything that he wanted at this stage. So we only got that amount. We only got 1, 2, 3, 4, and I haven't put the rest of the 8 in yet because I wanted to pick out of 3 out of each country to fit that role to make up the 12. Okay, we're only looking for experienced people oh, I said that before. I'm just going over my tracks again. I will send a code to people, which is what I'm doing, and Andy send a code to. Anyone with a birth certificate born in New Zealand can message me for the code. I'm not saying that all again. Please ask me for the code. No, I'll go a bit further. It's there, I'll go along. I still got to correct a lot of things because there's a lot of work to do. Entitled flag, no. Now this is what the main thing was with us and this flag. Is the main title here of a court case is the Confederation of Chiefs 1835 flag jurisdiction versus New Zealand flags jurisdiction of the Colonial House and New Zealand government in Wellington. So that's the main theme here on for the New Zealand people and that corporation and take on that own corporation with the flag and our registered company. Really, the companies I set up don't belong to me; they belong to the people. Although I'm the director on it now, I'll keep that position as the director of the company because I set the whole damn thing up. House of New Zealand. Thank you. That's that. Organized, host, guest. Okay, we're going past that. Now I'm finished. And so now what I'll do is I will pass it back to Andy for a minute while I get my camera sorted out again and my mobile phone so I can go back on camera again. Take it for now, Andy, because I might knock out if I knock myself out trying to get back on again.
Okay, John.
Okay, so I won't be long. I might have to restart because I can't get my screen back.
Who was the gentleman you said that?
Hey,
Who was the gentleman you said? Was,
I'll just go away for a minute. Won't be long.
who was the gentleman you said was going to come back in to talk about the bank?
He rang me up to say he can't wait that long to go on and talk. So the floor is now relaxed of the rules, and we'll let anybody talk about anything they want for us to record as well. So everything you say is on the record on these minutes. So away you go. I'm just going to reset my mobile phone and I'll come back.
Okay, well, they'll be talking to you, so I'll wait till you come back then anyway.
Yeah.
If you want to just drop out, you don't need to drop out, you're fine. Just turn your camera on, John.
Turn the camera here, but I can't even find that. I can't even find where the camera is, where I was before.
Go to your Zoom.
I'll go to Zoom. Oh yeah, now I'm back. I'll press the Zoom.
Okay.
Getting tired. That's the trouble. I'm getting tired. And I got another hui with you tomorrow. I'll be doing some more talk.
Yeah.
I know. Right then, I don't know if anybody, is anybody that wants to raise any questions? Anybody that wants got any questions that want clarifying, or
Or talk.
anyone? Yeah.
Well, I've got no
Yeah.
questions as such, but I just want to tell you what I'm going to plan to do from my end. I understand for every successful corporate business, we have to have a team in place. And I know John has just been talking about the candidates he wants in the team around him. So while that's going on, I'm just going to concentrate on getting John's publicity up as high as possible. I've got a platform which I can utilize. So I'm just going to plan to get my head around what it takes to start a corporate business. I realize at the heart of any corporate business is a team, which I'm so glad to be a part of. I understand John is going to be carrying on now, picking his candidates for the team he wants. And yeah, so from my point of view, I'm just going to start putting out as much information as I can about John, getting my head around what it means to create a corporate structure and to run it properly. And so I'm totally with that on John. We've got to get focused. He wants people with skills and he wants people with experience. And yeah, thanks ever so much, John.
No problem. No problem. But you follow what we do. And when I come onto your Zoom with your people, we pick 12 people. Then I have the same meeting as what we're doing now, a native court with the man of the land, you, there in England, and conducted with you, again, what we do here. But with your people watching the video, they know what to do by the time I come on the video with you.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. It's all education for all of us.
Yeah, we're modeling it out with each other. And then when we're sufficiently able to do things on our own, we join them up together as a partnership and have one hui with the 12 and the 6 together.
Okay. Is that your friend
Yeah.
Arthur there, John? Is that Arthur you?
Alfred.
Alfred. Sorry, Alfred. Nice to meet you, Alfred.
He's my main man here for the chiefs, the Confederation of Chiefs. That's how it started before it went out to the Confederation of the United Tribes of New Zealand, of Aotearoa. Yeah. So there, I'm just making sure you get your original things right. Yeah. So I'll do a bit of history into your fellows' way of doing things for your native people, like how Rebecca in Ireland can what we say whakapapa, or go to your lineage of the original area, and instead of Ireland, the corporate island, and go back to its original. That's what we're doing here. We're going back to an original country called Aotearoa. That's one of the wakas that came here from Tahiti, and go back on that track. That's what the chief said to me. You use this one for the business. It's only in a business sense of having an identity as a country, not so much England, because that's a corporate. You go back to its original title, country name. They changed all the names because that's the way they wrote history.
Well,
So
sorry, yeah, it's fascinating how you brought into that concept of the 250 unsovereign countries that were an entity as such, but then
they were originally before the corporate, that
unregistered sovereign countries. Yeah, it's a fascinating. So introducing new concepts into the mix, which is
those countries that needs help to get them going, and they've been left in the sea without any sovereign coverage. So they got raided by another country and lost it, like Palestine lost their country to Israel, the corporate Israel. It's not real. It's an illusion. Everything that they've done is an illusion.
Corporation.
Yeah, we know it's a corporation, but that's how they do it. So we have to be corporate and undo it and put it back into its native, original name. All the names, change the street name and put it back on your ancestors.
as men of the land. Yeah, it's all coming together, and I'm totally,
Yeah.
I'm understanding it. I'm sure everybody else is as well. Yeah, thanks, John.
So we're mixed up with a lot of races now. So we're going as one people, not different
Okay.
people, and fighting each other, and one being higher than the other, and against the other. They put the tribes against each other of imported people. I call them imported people as if they came in a container, and put them on the land, and they're running the country.
Yeah.
So we
Absolutely.
put them in a container, sent them back home. That's what me and Moy always used to say. We'll put them in the container and send them back where they came from. Can't do that today. You can't. You don't talk that.
Yeah.
We don't do that in Discord. Yeah. So there, the idea we'll do here is from the people that have been, I know the people that have been supporting us from Scotland, Ireland, and England, but I haven't got. I've seen somebody from Wales, so I need to pick 3 from Wales
Okay.
to represent them and have their setup and their radio station and private station. So like Sean Maguire, he needs funding, you need funding. So we do get our website back up again and get what we were doing before with the shares in the tidal energy, water money. That's the water money. We got the water money, the gold money of getting the gold back with the pound note and the pound note currency. We got 3 currency on our mobile phones to use straight away. No muck around.
No, it's
Yeah.
great. Yeah, fantastic that I'm part of it. Because it doesn't feel, it feels as if there's a momentum there that's got to be taken advantage of. Otherwise, we're not going to get this opportunity again.
Yeah, but I only got one shot.
Only one shot.
Yeah.
We only got one shot
Last shot, yeah.
because once this government here goes to the United Nations, it's all over.
Mm.
The New World Order steps in the United Nations, and then the Pope takes control. He legally owns the United Nations or outfit, all its business and its armies, and so he'll just swipe the rest of the world for nothing. He didn't do the hard work of admiralty of the fleet of ships that went around the world. He just milked it with the Rothschild, and they milked the whole lot. That's what I'm saying. They stole the memorials, milked the whole system on that side, then screwed the people into debt. With the debt, that's a debtor instrument. The pound note is a debtor instrument. They did that with the pound note and put it into the United States and made the fiat money to go and screw everybody with it. With paper money, just thin air, out of thin air, making money 10 times over. They made they spin it 10 times over. $1 to make that much money out of it again. We're going after all that. We got the OPPT. If you look up OPPT, I put it on my site because I was challenging the OPPT at the time and all the millions and trillions of dollars that they got in the OPPT. And so I've got that on my website long ago. If you have a look at my pages on Facebook, you look at the date when it was put on Facebook, and you'll see the amount of time and work I did in that year to go and chase after these buggers and put them on video, put the whole bloody lot in documents, and spend all the time putting all those pictures together. If you see all the pictures, I put all the stars and all the things and the pyramids. I made a flag for Moai. It's got the obelisks that they've stolen in the Vatican, in London, and France, all the big countries of corporates, and I put it on that flag with the Moai and the sun Ra, God, God's thing, and a sun and what else did I put? And a spaceship out in the universe on the flag, and the red cross. The red cross means the Marai. That's its color. The Marai's color is that dark red, and the crowns. That's law, LORE. That flag is law. It's got its symbols on it of us getting back that pyramid off the Vatican, and the capstone they stole off the top of it because they couldn't carry the whole pyramid away. So they just took the top of it, cheeky buggers, and put it on the dollar note. They put it on the dollar note and caused an illusion on their pound note. We got a real pound note against a stolen memorial from these black Africans, and put it on their documents. They put on their money as a money god. That's a money god out of our God. Out of our God. God says build a pyramid over here and build a moai over here on the East Island. What did the Rothschilds and the Queen did? They stole the bloody thing. They stole the bloody thing and took them and used them on their documents. So what we're doing with that flag, that Moai one, and the British flag, and the Confederation flag, is going to take the whole bloody thing back again where it belongs. You see, but we leave the Moai statue where they put them, and just take the title of the Moai memorials off their documents and put it on ours. You see how to do it? That's it. That's what you call commercial trading business. I just use them and see if they do anything with the documents that got Moai and the pyramid on that flag. See what happens when they look at that and see, John, you can't do that. That doesn't belong to you. Tell me if it doesn't, if it does belong. See, you see, it's drawing it out. It's drawing the thugs out, the pirates on the high sea, what they call it, using Admiralty law for them and not for us. So now we use it for us. We use the corporate for us. And this way. That's what people couldn't understand. What I got out of Mohi Manukau, the chief and the Freemason. You see, I learned a lot from him. I learned all these titles and everything, and doing this work that they've been doing for years. Now we're doing it in a short time. We only got a short time to do it, and to reverse history, put the books back where it should be, rewrite the history, and go back to square one.
That should be easy, John. Should be no problem for us to do. As long as we've got a will and you're showing us the way, and a way, and then we've got the determination to do it. I don't see why we can't be successful this time.
Yeah, so you have to be positive. You have to have a positive attitude and speak that way. The more you know, the more you can speak without being knocked around. That's why I'm surprised people don't want to talk now. And Kate would have had the floor, but she would have taken it over.
Oh, John, I'm having all the people who spoke unkindly of you 2 years ago wanting to come back into the fold.
Don't let them.
I know I'm not going to let them, but can you just see their mentality? They knew it was a good thing back then. They fell foul of the lies and misinformation, and now they want to come back into it. Yeah, so
the more they know, the more they get confident. We're forgiving of that, because there's a bigger picture of them being hurt as well. So they've been hurt and given the wrong information. That's the problem. They've been fed the wrong information and gone on that side, because there was no people to contest it. There was nobody to contest it. And now they've got no queen to talk about anymore. They've got no queen to talk about anymore. So that's why I said to Kate, it's a pity that the queen ran away, like King James I and King James VII ran away from the throne. And they had to abdicate the throne back to the parliament.
Well, they've got form, haven't they? The Windsors, or they've got form for running away from the throne. Yeah. And yet, like you're telling us now, it's happened again. The throne is empty. So
it's empty.
Fascinating.
So
They're a bunch of imposters.
Yeah,
have been from day one.
Yeah, so it's come from one place. It's come from Westminster. All the damage has come from Westminster politicians who make laws for themselves, statute acts to keep you away, from fighting in court and make you spend all your money to fight them. And every time you win, they change the law again, so you can't win again. And they got a lawyer.
Dry.
Drive you mad. Yeah.
Yeah, but I also like what you say. You're inviting questions. We want to instill the confidence in the audience, and so we're going to be 100% transparent, and we're going to be answering all the questions you have.
tomorrow I'll be answering questions with Sean, and you'll have a stack of questions the next time I talk to you when I
Yeah.
come back from the East Coast to get my documents on my computer, because I've been working off a little mobile phone and no typewriter.
Yeah.
My
It's
typing.
not good enough, John, but we have to, like I said, it just reinforces the need for finance so we can get
Yeah.
ourselves up to scratch and really, you know, give this the best attention and effort it needs.
Yeah, so this is a time to listen to some of the grievances going on and a solution to fix them. And who was on talking just then? Andy?
I was just about to say-
Yvonne, to you. And we're trying to come together and make something work. And the only way was to have these sessions until people got a better idea of what is happening and head off the New World Order and what Gordon Brown and the Queen did to make the Lisbon Treaty sign to take away your rights and your country. She did that. She did that. I got it on documents and caught it out. I caught it out. So there, something. All that you can carry on talking.
I was going to say, I was asking Tin Chan that he posted a link in the comments. I'll share the link. I'll share the link of what he shared. This is what Tin shared, like. So I was asking him if he'd got the PDF rather than go through the downfold link of this. Looked like it was an interesting read. Basically, it was taking imaginary money as real. Money is seriously wrong, but it basically exposes exactly what's you know, thing. So I don't know if Tin, can you hear me? I don't know if you can hear me, Tin, but if you can, if you've got that.
He's muted.
Yeah. Are you talking to? I think he's talking to somebody else. I don't know. Can you hear me, Tin? If you've got that, if you've got the PDF of that that link you've sent, the one about taking imaginary money as real money is seriously wrong. If you've got that,
No.
yeah, do you have the link? Do you have the PDF of that?
Yes. Yes. It is also in the script. And also in your title electric Gmail. One.
Okay.
Oh, he sent it to me, Andy. So he sent it to you.
I think
My email.
I think it's his microphone's not very good. Tin's microphone's not very good. It's making a buzzing noise. Yeah, the microphone is not very good. Yeah, I'll just mute you out. I'm just muting you out, Tin, because your microphone's is causing interference. What, John? Yeah, I was just gonna ask. Basically, I was just asking if you got that PDF. I mean, it says copy from the Tidal Electric Gmail box.
Yeah, it's in my email. I'm going to have a look.
It's in your box. Yeah, okay then. So yeah, if you can forward me that, I'll put it out. I'll have a read of it myself.
I'll just go to my Gmail and pull it out and send it to you. I'll forward it.
Yeah, brilliant.
Hang
No worries.
on. I was concentrating on rubbish, Tim. Hang on.
No need to do it right this second, though. I mean,
Yeah, no, just carry on talking. Carry on talking with people because they've got the floor now.
Yep.
People got the floor now. Anybody want to talk?
well, sadly, Tin can't speak because his microphone's there's something seriously wrong with the microphone. Buzzing. You're muted at the moment, Tin. You're muted at the moment. Just ask you to mute again if you want to talk.
It's all right.
It's okay. Yeah, it's
All right now.
yeah. You well, keep talking. Keep talking.
Okay, good. Because you understand, real money is actually the commodity.
Yeah.
Very important one. So to be commodity, you must have to do work, right? Right.
Your microphone's gone. Basically, I mean, what I'm taking from it, I mean, it's like the Bradbury pound. The Bradbury pound was Labour. It was based on Labour.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
I need intelligence, your thought of thinking. to make this one looks good, useful, and people appreciate. And so they would like to buy it. That means buying it means you value the commodity. So this establishes the meaning of value
Yes.
of a commodity. Value can be measured using some gold as standard in the past, right? So the real money composed of labor, but underneath it, you include the intelligence, the quality and quantity, right? There are 4 elements.
Mhm.
So whenever you look at any methods that don't have composed of these 4 elements, they are all imaginary money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I'll give you an example. In the barter trading between A and B, now, such as the police, give me a police fine of $400. And I have to tender the money for the police. Now, the question is, what's the value of being fined for $100 for not having an appropriate driver license? This is the question mark, isn't it?
Mhm.
Has I caused damage to the public or to any people because of not wearing an appropriate driver license?
Correct.
Is it? So whenever I don't have injure anyone, so what's the reason of giving you money? My commodity for you. So the police has a virtual money. My work, I do my work on selling firewood to get the money. And the firewood, they have police.
The microphone's not. I don't know if you want to just pull the microphone in and out just to get it. It's really the buzzing all the time.
So this is the reasons. Now, this is the point. The important point is unfair because your order me to pay doesn't have do any work, just only by power. So in other words, virtual money means power,
Exactly.
political power, and authority. They are abusing their authority, setting the rules and asking people to do work for them, for their enjoyment, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we must have to get back to the old barter banking system, commodity exchange, real for real exchange.
Yeah.
Right, virtual for virtual. That's why some of the native people say that the government don't give me the dollar notes, so how can I give it to you? So to explain everything. Right, because the dollar note they create is out of nothing.
Yeah.
But you create your money out of your work.
Correct.
That's why John says that they can have their water energy, water money, but in fact it's not. And we find out that I can propose that is the one, because it is a discovery of virtual money and money in physics, you can regard as 2 dimensions, having 2 dimensions. And from there, equivalent to the physics, the finding of the static electricity and current electricity, static charges. So in fact, economy is actually not static economy, it's dynamic economy. So all the prices, commodity will be in dynamic equilibrium, the prices. But people take gold as the standard or silver as the standard only. So you apply the interest money or claim set to the price of gold. That's why it destroy the gold standard, because the number get increasing forever.
Right. Yeah.
So the point is that during 1971, President Nixon of the United States stripped away the gold standard. So measurement of value has no more dimensionless, no more units. And that's why you have the political power inflations and the money, actual money depreciation, the virtual one. Alfred understands this very clearly. Right? So we must have to fix this problem. But it's very hard to do so without through academic approach. So we need to implement the scheme, saying that in 10 years' time or something like that, should stop it over. And because of the understanding of imaginary money, what is power, so we have looked at all the acts and regulations. Should some of the acts should be stripped or revoked, such as the police fine for not wearing a driver license. So in the same case that the Pakistan court can make a landmark case, not allowing people to lending money for interest. But this is not the way on changing, getting back the money system into the barter system. We can allow them to do so. They can charge people interest on lending money in the debt system, but the money they collected should put into the money of account and lock up in the bank, not allowed to get it out. But only the government can take this one out through services, civil services. This is one point. And the government can also obtain revenue from transaction tax through the bank account. Whenever you purchase something, you can make a tax on 0.05% per transaction on commodity. There's a very simple one that will give enough revenue for the government to run their business, civil service business. And therefore, you can simplify the tax system. No more tax system, right? Through everything through bank transactions. So the bank should be under the government, part of the government departments. Or they may have their commercial bank let them to do it, but you have to look at the transaction and then get the transaction tax.
So like a 0.5% taxation on the transfer.
Because Peter Rupert says that is very because Peter Rupert says that there's transaction tax proposed by an American university professor and says that they're good enough to cover the government expenditures over the year. Now, so in that case, what things you can back up your money is people's production, right? The ability to produce commodity. You back up the new government currency, not physical gold, not necessary. Whatever goods they can produce, saleable goods, they can be used as to back up the new government currency. That means that we get into a dynamic economic system, not static one.
This is all explained in that document, yeah? This is all explained in that document, what you're saying now, yeah?
Andy, it's not in my email.
So this can be let them open discussion in the university to think of it, because I don't have much understanding about the banking and finance operations, the economy, right? But see that this is one of the most suitable best way to go through. So because of this one, you can see that all natural resources do not have a price. So no one owns the land, air, or water. Everyone have a share.
Yeah.
That's why you have the title, get the title back. In fact, you are governing the area within your title, the people there. It's quite different, isn't it? Because you have to look at the land, price of land. Actually, the value of the land is on the government sell the land to the people, because the value of the land they got is for infrastructure, such as for town planning, traffic infrastructure, hospital, education, provisions, and so forth. That's the cost of land to serve the residents who live on that piece of land. So there will be that's why I see they will have a big social science reform, revolutions, or may call it revolutions. I think because so far as people, because through what I've observed around the country, every chief have their own idea. I'm the paramount chief. I'm the master of this one. But you see that you are the master, but you don't have the people. Then what for, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we want the people to work happily under your administration, the chief administration, the most important point.
So
That's why.
can I just start? I'm trying to get what it is you're saying here, basically. But do you know what the Bradbury pound is? Do you know what the Bradbury pound was?
What?
The Bradbury pound. The Bradbury pound was based on labour, on work, on people's labour, on people's time and labour. Yeah. You see, when you're based on the commodities of gold, I mean, gold's there's no what value is gold? The value of gold is the people's labour digging it up out of the ground. So it all comes down to labour.
Supply and demand as well. Supply and demand. But because after 50 years of the removal of the gold standard, there will be a gradual change of the price equilibrium from time to time. However, relatively, the prices are more or less the same. So we have used the relative price as a standard. So I guess the Chinese government and Hong Kong government about the proposal of getting back to the barter system, using the price of gold, price of the power, electric power produced from the nuclear power plant, or price of the electric power produced from the John's water engine. Standard. And this one, once you set it, this one up, so you can have other relative price control, such as on the essential food. All must have price control on it. Because the price, even though some or singularity, there are some people try to raise the price up, but because it can be come down like very fast, because they are logistic. We have the logistic, better supplying the goods and getting the goods. So you eventually you will get into a price equilibrium. So we can allow people to sell the goods, maybe or double the standard price, but maximum as a maximum or some tolerance on it. That's why eventually you come down to the dynamic equilibrium, price equilibrium. So at the end, this needs some sort of analysis and statistic finding for getting the standard commodity price national for each nation, because it relates to the living standard of the people, their knowledge, their ethics. So we allow every country have their own currency according to this principle. And so from there, we can, the price, as price ended, we can start with the money exchange. So there's a mathematical operation on trying to make the barter trading between two countries. So this is a way we can implement step by step, but still not a good planning first. Otherwise, you fail. Because you can see that now, even though John took over the administration, I already proposed to Georgie Job about taking over the administration. There's a transition period. So there are some transition period when Hong Kong is taken over, China taking over Hong Kong sovereignty, right? And so in fact, during the transition period, we need a supervisory discipline board. That something board will have some sort of academic head, or including all the chiefs. Their function is to look at the operation of the government, which thing is wrong, and then listen to the people's complaint, what is wrong, and then through the power chiefs discussions, and what should be fixed up. And we may pick up some of the people to assist the officer, right? Using their past experience to help them make it better. Of course, they have to share their income, salary, income, right? So until they get back to the normal state, you have them take up the full job on their own. So this is very important part. You must think of a transition period for making the current system bad one, remove of them, take them away, make it good, step by step. That's why I keep on listening to all your talk, but I see that there's still something wrong. It can't be fixed until you implement a new money system with the supervisory discipline board to monitor the changes, or we may call it modify or correct what's wrong in the system. So this is a very big job.
And of course, the only person I hear who's willing to address this is John Manoa. Sorry, Yvonne, I interrupted you.
It's okay. I was just going to ask Tim, does he know Lee Kant? Can Tim and Lee Kant work together on this?
We're just sharing what we see.
Do you know Lee Kant? Tim?
No.
Lee Kant is the accountant.
Yes.
He would have more idea about what you're trying to present here, but he's not here, unfortunately.
So the accountant have two books. One book for money of exchange and money of account. You have to separate two booking. The money of account is all the imaginary money, and the money of exchange is all the real money. That is the introduction of my first paragraph. So you need complex number in the calculations of in the accounting.
Yeah, I'm following this, yeah.
Talk now.
Tin,
Yeah.
have you all
So-
seen videos by Dan Timlin and Tim Lynch regarding the counterfeit flag? Because I just want to Tin Chan and Dilip Rupa, they work with myself in regard to that investigation. So I just want to let people know. And Tin, he actually has he's actually by profession is a mathematician and a physicist. So that's why he knows how to do all these forensic auditing on these things. That's all I have to say.
Okay, Yvonne, you got more to say to that, or whatever you want to say?
Not really. I'll investigate that paperwork and find out what's going on.
Right.
Yeah,
Hey,
I'd like if you can get that document to me, John, get the PDF of that. I mean, because there's only the first page on that. You have to link up with Google or Facebook to download it. I didn't. So I just if
Yeah,
you-
no.
if you've got the PDF itself, send me the PDF.
Tin, I haven't got your email. It's not in my email, what you sent me to moabenergy@gmail.com. So you might have to send it to Andy now. Just whip off and send it. Andy will give you his Gmail because my Gmail is not in there. And you
Send me
can
the
see
PDF. If you can send me that PDF of that document because I can only see the first page, but there's 6 pages to it. But if you can send it, because I mean, I'm sure you're going to go into a lot more detail to explain exactly what you're talking about. To me, it's sounding something similar to the Bradbury pound, and it's probably even more. You're enlightening a lot more to explain exactly why, which is great for everyone to see. There's a lot of people been trying to figure out what will be the next currency, because obviously at the moment we know that the currency we've got is just based on the confidence and the belief of the people. That's the only value it's got. And when people say about putting the gold standard on, it's that imaginary money that's giving the gold the value anyway. So the gold therefore doesn't have any value. So nothing, like you say, natural has any. There's nothing. There is nothing. The only true value is the labor that we put into it. That's the value, is our labor, our time and our labor. So creating a system of that, which was the Bradbury pound, which is based on the labor, was one proposal. So and then to create a system that's going to unilaterally to go balance it across the world in each individual country, then that to me is what is going to be the next currency. Because
The thing is that all these bank crashes and going into recession and everything else, it's all orchestrated that way by a few people at the top of the pyramid. What we need to do is reverse that pyramid, turn it on itself, upside down, and then things will be right for the ordinary, everyday, hardworking people of every nation,
For sure. I mean, to me, I mean, when you look at, I mean, when I've looked at, I mean, the SESCUV, when it comes into it, your time here was paid for. That was it. I mean, ultimately, that was it, because there is no need for money. There is no need for money, because all you need to discharge, everything was prepaid for. It's just the mere factor that people that didn't have the knowledge, because everyone was lied to. No one was, because like I say, there isn't nothing. Everything, no one's been paid. No one's getting paid. Everybody thinks they're being paid, but that's only because people are accepting that piece of paper that they believe they've got confidence and belief in, that they'll accept it because they know somebody else will accept it. So ultimately, the thing is with the trust, you just discharged it. You just discharged them. Sorry.
Discharge the obligation of the debt.
Sorry, say that again.
I mean, it seems discharge the obligation of the debt.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's the emergency banking 1933.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, for sure. So I mean, that killed it. That killed them. The point was, it's those that are in control in their fiduciary trustee position to do the job, but they won't do it, will they? None of
They're
these,
making themselves the beneficiaries of our trusts,
yeah, and
and they're
spinning
making
it
us
back on us, yeah,
trustees.
correct, yeah.
Yeah.
So they're
Bait
double
and
dipping.
switch.
Yes, they are double dipping.
Yeah.
Because it's all been paid for, like you said,
Correct, yeah.
Yeah,
beforehand.
all people-
And now they're extorting everybody, just totally extortion racket after extortion racket.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm amazed at the things that they can dream up to do next to us, to be honest.
But it is down to the fact. I mean, they say like he who will be deceived, let them be deceived. But the point was, you're not meant to have done it in the first place. That's what I always said. Why wasn't we all educated with law from school in school? Why wasn't law taught in school? Why wasn't law understood the law? Everybody understood the law. They made it legal so that it's so complicated because they made so many legal. It's crazy. And it's totally different. Law is not legal. It's
And nobody should have the monopoly on justice either, and be able to buy and sell justice to those who can afford it, and those who can't afford it just drop through the net.
correct, yeah.
It's not good enough.
I mean, business is business. Men and women are men and women. It's two different entities, and they muddied the water, made the two one. Yes, John.
Chin is asking for your email address in the messenger.
Oh,
Can
sorry.
you give him your address, your email address? He's just asked.
Yep, I'll give it you now, Tim.
Should have thought of that before.
Yeah, we could have read this out because it looks a very interesting, interesting PDF. I mean, because I've been looking. I mean, I was with I forget what his name is now. A lot of other people have been wanting to find out a currency, that we can create. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the trust was perfect, and if it was correct, and we did spin it back round and have the trustees doing their duty and in their fiduciary trustee positions, then everyone can just discharge the debt. It was about the concerns of people spending. I can also understand that side of it, but if the Bradbury pound was a perfect instrument to use as well. So yes, hopefully Tim can send this, and I shall have a look. I mean, I can read this.
The Bradbury pound note. I was tracking that in Scotland, but the Rothschilds wouldn't let it come into England, and so they were going to start it up, the Bradbury pound note in Scotland, where it comes from, and so it never got off the ground. And I think at the time, who was it before the prime ministers there now? They were going to encourage it back to be used in Scotland, but they wouldn't trade with it. The Rothschilds wouldn't let them trade around the world with it. They stopped them from using it. That's why it's not being used. That's when I was looking into.
Yeah. It's the same with the Swiss Hindu. The Swiss Hindus tried to fund back everybody, because that's. See, the fiction can never allow a fact within the fiction system. Otherwise, the fiction falls and goes away. The only thing that the Rothschilds that all these people, that's what they've only got is the illusion. They live by the illusion, yeah. But once the illusion's gone and the trick's been exposed, then the trick doesn't work on people anymore. So if people understood that, if everyone understood straight away that money was worthless, no one would take it. The confidence and belief would be gone, and then what? Then what have you got? You've got nothing. Then it's straight back to a barter system, and it's like So it's what is we want to know, what not is not. Their illusion of what they've done. You see how they've done it gradually to get people used to it. Once people get used to it, they just carry on. They don't even think to whether or not where it come from or how it was created or what value it's got. Okay, so Chin sent it. I'll just go and check.
So this other guy that was going to come on, he was going to talk about the same thing, only in an economic sense, because he's running a business now up north, and it's quite a big business. I spent a bit of time with him, and they're going to use the crypto and the pound note. He was going to use the pound note as well. Ferrier, what his name? I forgot. Yeah. He had good ideas too. That's why I wanted him to come on, but I wanted to get through our business first and get that out of the way, because it has to be done that way, and let it go out. Okay, carry on. You got it yet?
I've just got the subscribe, but you've got to pay. You've got to pay then cancel it. I don't do those things. It was one of these things that it's free for 30 days. It's £10 a month, £10.99
Yeah,
on the subscribe.
I'm not signing up to anything like that either, Andy.
No, I'm not. So I'm not doing that. But if you've got the link to the PDF itself, I'm good to go.
You know,
I'm not going. I'm not signing up to nothing. So it's not come through yet.
That's what happened to me. His email didn't come through.
Yeah, it's not come through yet, Tin. If you've sent it, like.
Because I get emails from him, and it seems to be all right. But somehow or other,
But if you've got the PDF, Tin, if you've got the PDF, you can put the PDF in the chat here now, or you can send it to me. You can put the PDF in this chat, in the chat in the Zoom. It's only 6 pages. It's not going to be big. I mean, if you do put it in, I'll read. I'll make a video out of it. I'll read it out. I'll have a read of it. So to make sense. I mean, it looks, from what I read of it, it was looking good. It was only 1 page.
So that was that guy that I was going to bring in, Forrester Hilton, and he's got an excellent plan. That, but he more or less wanted to do it first, so we didn't want to wait too long to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been well constructed, and he is a businessman with land and all that, and development and things for the people. He's doing good for the people, and having our own farms instead of going to the supermarket. He's funding all the farms for self-growing things and funding them, setting up the funding to come from China, and they've got access to it right now, and so they'll step ahead of us.
Mm-hmm. Well, to be true, I mean, yeah, I mean, if we get this, then I can read up on this, because this is one of the most important pieces about it. Because at the end of the day, money is what makes the people do it. That's the people's God at the moment. That's the people out there's God at the moment, because everybody needs it regardless to do something or other because of what they're getting, you know. So it's paying the military, it's paying the police. These people, they're people, you know, military and the police, they're people like us, and they're doing what they're doing because they're doing it for the money, you know, and that's the wrong thing. So it's who's in control of that money is controlling them, and the people that's in control of the money is the wrong people, which is what the flag, remember, is what locked out. It locked out Satan and the pirates from the control of the money. That was to lock them out of the gold. They took the gold off. They took the gold off, and they're working off fiction. It's all off an illusion, because that's all they can do. If they've got nothing, they're just an illusion. But
they're telling us we're the pirates. They're saying we're the pirates, and then they're not the pirates. So they've reversed it on us.
Yeah, they have. They've turned everything upside down, inside out, and back to front.
Yep.
Yeah, to keep people confused with all their legal speak, the way they do it.
Trickery and deceit, it's called. Trickery and deceit.
Yeah.
And fraud vitiates everything in law.
Exactly, yeah. People that are deceived, people that are, you know, are bought into the lie, are deceived. Anyone who's not realizing what the truth is, what the facts are, they're deceivable. And people that are, you know, that are not willing to go and look for the facts and see the truth, then they're deceivable, and therefore willfully being deceived. Everyone's willfully being deceived. Nescience was the previous point, because it was hidden from us. The truth's being out there, but it's so difficult to get to the truth because now they've just bombarded you with so much disinformation just to keep you away from the truth. You know?
Absolutely correct, Andy.
So, like, you know, it's standing in God's armor, so to say, standing in the truth, and in the fact you don't have to actually know anything, but you know, you never Never speak anything different, because you'll be perjuring yourself without knowing it. And that's what I say about a liar is a liar because he knows the truth. But if somebody's regurgitating something that they believe but the truth and it was a lie, then are they a liar? You know, the difference between a liar and because a liar knows the truth, and somebody that's lying because he believed something that he believed was true is all down to intent. It's the intent and the volition of the person that's speaking the words. If you know it's a lie, then you're a liar. But if you don't know, you're still a liar, but you didn't have the volition of a liar.
Yeah, exactly.
Truth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well said, Andy.
So I mean, and I know that because I've been a liar all my life, not realizing I was a liar because I was believing in what I'd been told was the truth. My mum,
Yeah.
my dad, my brothers, my friends, everybody, they told me this is the truth. And why
We
would
all
I
have.
believe it? Because they love me. They wouldn't want to lie to me, but they were lying to me because they didn't, because I took their word for it rather than going to research what they were saying and to make sure what they were saying was the truth. But they just bought it. They bought the lie. And because people have bought the lie, that's why we are. That's where we are now.
Yeah.
The due diligence that we all must do. You know, that's the duty that we should all have. But I think with this, I think to be truthful, I mean, with this, with what Tim's doing, I'd rather read up on it, and I would and see and like let everybody else read up on it and come back and have a discussion on that too, because that would be an individual debate. If it's all fell in place and it's written out perfect and it's all clicks in logic of it being perfect, what Tim's done, especially with being a mathematician, and hopefully, I mean, yes, we can see something, we can start putting it out there as a way forward to that we can all agree, because it sounds to me similar to the Bradbury Pound. As far as I'm concerned, the Bradbury Pound was a pretty good.
It was pretty soundproof.
It was pretty soundproof. It was indeed, just down to the counterfeiting and everything else. Then, though, isn't it?
Yeah,
Really,
exactly.
you know what I mean? Because that's all they're doing. They've got everybody.
All we need is a means of exchange.
Yeah.
That's all we need that has value.
Yeah. Just check my email again. Still not come through, Tim. But if you can get that email through to that email address, or if just that PDF, if you've got that PDF on your computer, Tim, if you can just put it in the messenger, because you can just click on the three dots. Is it? No, not click on the dots. Just how do you do it on it? You probably just have to drag it and drop. I know I've put PDFs in there before. Probably just drag it and drop in the messenger, in the chat, in the Zoom link. But other than that, send it to John or whatever else. Is there any other? Because obviously I don't want to keep going on about that if we haven't got the. Is there anything else? Has any other questions? Anybody wants to pull anything out? Anybody that's not quite, you know, any question? Because I mean that's the thing with John. John wanted the people to ask the questions to pull it out. So if there's anything anybody that's not clear, what's being explained or what's going on, like just fire away. No question stupid if it's not, unless it's been done with stupid intent.
I'll just check my emails to see if it come through to me again. Something's wrong with his computer. Because I get emails from him successfully, but no, it's nothing there. If you got nothing, I got nothing.
I've got nothing's come through on mine neither.
Is he attaching the file?
I would imagine he's set up on that, so I don't know. I mean, he said he sent it. Sent also to Alfred's. Have you checked yours, Alfred?
I had.
Have you checked your emails, Alfred?
Oh yeah, but I have to go to the shed to do that.
No, but have you checked your emails to see if Tin sent you the see if your emails come through to your email? Tin's emails come through to you.
No, I haven't.
I had a look in the rubbish bin. Have a look in your rubbish bin, Andy. It's not in my rubbish bin.
Have a look in your spam as well.
Yeah.
Spam. Ah, here we go. There we go. There we
Yeah, because when people send you things for the first time, they
Yeah.
often go into spam.
Right. So it's 3 pages and 3 pages in Chinese then, is it, Jan? So I'll take it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
You gotta
Yeah,
read
so
the
it's 3
Chinese,
pages. It's 3 pages then. So okay, then I can
Yeah,
share
yeah.
this. I can share this now.
yeah.
Oh, you're gonna send a share. Good, I can
share
read it
here.
then.
I'll share it here now. So this
Okay.
is the global monetary system crash. Taking imaginary money as real money is seriously wrong. Real money and imaginary money, all matters including land, air and water, do not have a price until people have worked thoroughly and skillfully on transforming them into usable commercial commodities, which people would value. In barter systems, the money of exchange, MOE, is gold and silver, and the most versatile form of international currency for trade. Take note that man has to discover and extract these precious metals from the earth and make them into coins. This implies real money. MOE has intrinsic property independent of any jurisdiction to quantify and qualify man's work to live in decent conditions. Therefore, a basket of commodities such as gold, silver, and all life necessities could be taken as a standard of value to formulate basic SI units for economic studies. It is hard to comprehend the 2001 Harvard University's theory of imaginary money, for the authors refers real money as the circulating means of payment which does not have a standard of value once gold standard was cancelled in 1971 following Britain making economics a pseudo-science subject. Money being a dead entity does not have self-reproductive organ to produce more money. Real money is connected with work, energy, cannot be created or destroyed. If money is increased at a non-zero official interest rate by physics, mass, energy, conversion, the calculated interest bears no physical substance. The only outcome is the creation of imaginary money out of nothing. It is bankers who set up money of accounts, MOA, to log interest in the debt. Thereby, real money is substantiated inadvertently with imaginary money at an official interest rate annually, supplemented with funds in the treaty settlements money drawn in advance from the MOA via mortgage loan services. Real economy is out of reality because of GDP, is embedded with considerable imaginary money that no political or honest economical analysis would disregard. New Zealand Bills of Exchange Act 1908 is vulnerable to criticism if good and or service is paid by stealth, the dishonest money. It is long overdue for parliamentary members not to advise the head of state, constitutional monarch, to revise legislation for protection of our sincere monetary system foundation when Britain stopped using gold standard in 1931, permitting imaginary money invasion, price inflation, real money devaluation relative to capital gain, and gradual destruction of our monetary system. Proof of imaginary money existence and use of complex numbers. Physics predicts imaginary money is created out of no material substance. Here comes logical reasoning. At the start of this social debt system, a certain sum of money on loan is contracted to be settled by the end of each year, with interest payable at a preset official rate. Since the interest is to be paid is not out of the original sum of money, it is set theory that the universal money set must have two disjoint subjects, i.e. real money and imaginary money.
The original title of this is Monoi Relais and Monoi Imaginary. It's a French document.
Mhm. Volume 10. Yeah, authors Louis Chevalier de Jacques.
Chevalier.
Yeah. Right then. MOA subjects. Hence, money is best represented with complex numbers in the form of an ordered pair, A, B, or A plus BI. There is A, where A is the real money, B is the imaginary money, attached with I, satisfying square of I equals -1. The real part of the imaginary part have a phase angle in compliance with the Reserve Bank's money model. Therefore, attach I to all elements in the MOA to be imaginary money. Money is then accounted accurately in the following format. Money equals A, B, or AB plus A plus BI. Or in the Wolfram language, money, A and I'm money equals B. I'm sure that will be explained. Correct simple interest calculations for all teachers and students. Interest equals principal, number of years, and official annual rate percentage, I. Amount, principal plus interest equals interest, or should I say interest. Where the
But
principal...
it's okay with the principal, but it's when you get the interest that's a problem, because they don't print the interest, so
Right.
the interest doesn't actually exist. So it's a perpetual go down the slope into debt thing anyway.
Yeah, that
Even with
was on the basis of this 10 people. They all want a house. They all buy a house for £1 a piece. So I lend out £10. I lend each person a £1, and I charge 10%. That means there's now £11 needs to be coming back when there's only £10 in circulation, and one man at that house is going to lose his house.
yeah, exactly.
If all of them don't pay it back, which they never would be able to pay back, £1.10 each, because there's only £1 possible in circulation, so therefore it can never come back. So that's exactly how they took everything off the people. You know? So where the principal in years are real numbers, the official annual interest rate, and hence the interest calculated are imaginary numbers. The amount is the union of principal and interest to the complex number set. The amount is definitely not the sum of two pure real numbers, mistakenly taught in the past. We teachers had made a very serious mistake, misdirecting political economy interplay between economics, law, and policies. Fair practice. Lest we forget, head of state of Libya, Gaddafi, attempted to save gold monetary system on insisting payment with gold for petroleum, was killed during NATO intervention. We do work to earn real money and definitely do not work for nothing, i.e. get paid with imaginary money. We are sovereign creditors. We have been treated as debtors and slaves. Gold standard is revoked because of Crown and government's concession and endorsement of imaginary money infiltration on implementing strategic inflation policy, enslaving communities to deliver pecuniary advantage and privilege for private banks. Our first injury is MOE, savings and income being devalued by bankers permitting interest and imaginary money drawn in advance from MOA for their customers to spend. Secondly, after the real estate purchase with down payment on bank loan, the mortgager might be bankrupted when MOA is not topped up on time and might have total loss on mortgage sale. Thirdly, it is irrational law to have us taking real income to pay for global tax on all imaginary money, investments bearing interest, dividend, capital gain, and etc. We are driven by accounting artists with advice to politicians engineering virtual economic prosperity. Our scientific economists and sharp accounts can remedy MOA, disrupting MOE on reforming social science studies. Our real economy is judged by supply and demand, permitting natural dynamic steady equilibrium among commodity pricing from where the imaginary money comes to where it must go. By the real money standards such as prices of gold, silver, water, crops and other living necessities are resumed, buffered with insured through government proper logistics. Our council rates and service charges would be itemised honestly and accurately instead of rates demand in direct proportion to the property value. The untold Libby story, there's another link to that, assessed by a valuation company, our accountants would account distinctively and accurately the real and imaginary money in the balance sheet. Securitized, untenable. In 1765, Louis Chevalier de Jaucourt mentioned money of account is imaginary money. In New Zealand High Court case CA 76/2008, Rupert and others versus BNZ, the appellants presented factual, undisputed general short form disclosure statements. On average, 99.98% of all home loans issued by way of electronic credit line facilities, and that in contrast, the defendant held only on average 0.012% of all funds in notes and coins. Moneylender tender. Real money is diminishing to an iota in our monetary system as imaginary money is expanding on a geometrical progression, making securitization untenable. No confidence on monetary system for lack of SI standards is disastrous. We dislike virtual prosperity and community filed with red herrings that banks are too big to fail. Property developers, profiteering and immigrants brought up prices causing residential property unaffordable. Silver once again gets tossed in the meat grinder. Billions of dollars wiped out on Black Monday. Helicopter money as the alternative to a quantitative easing QE. Over $2 trillion wiped out after Brexit. By end of the compulsory education, some fourth from Awatupa College students make the remark, bye-bye, I am leaving this school because tomorrow is my birthday. My families are very rich and have a very big factory which has plenty of money for us to spend. We teachers demand deep root treatment for these social economic craziness and laziness to live on the dole. Our bottom line is we earn real money for peaceful, decent living and refuse to work for imaginary money out of nothing. We are true landowner of the nation. We demand all elected MPs and Crown Law to give a comprehensive answer to this simple question. What are the true costs and the real price of our land, air and water? To prevent the real economic out of reality, our Crown governments would make proper and appropriate actions to defend real money standards and to repel imaginary money interference. Some Kiwi natives suggested application of Queen's Royal Law, God's Law, to let the court and Inland Revenue Office setting up money of account under his headstone name, all alphabets in uppercase, to log all demands for court fines, traffic infringements, global taxes on all imaginary money, and to pay back student loans, etc. The Inland Revenue Office could settle his account by writing it off after he has been inland buried. However, it is most desirable for all professionals, teachers, to defend the defender of the faith, to disclose the most accurate information and truth to all students, pushing up early remedy to our monetary system and scientific construction for real economic with our sovereign scholars to correct crown government's wrongdoings, disregarding politics, Reserve Bank authority, statute and laws, bankers and their puppet politicians. Correct. And that's by T.Y. Chan's contribution. SGM Physics, Y Jan College, Hong Kong, HOD Physics, Awatapu College, Palmerston, North Ayatoa, GA Physics and Biophysics, Massey University, Palmer, North Ayatoa, 5th of September 2017 when he did it, and it's also in Chinese as well. So yeah, there's the, let me just shift that out. So there's that right out, basically explaining exactly what's been going on, and that is the point about the difference between what is a fact and what is a fiction, what is real money and what is fictional money. And as it is at the moment, yeah, the fiction money which is taking control of everything will not accept any factual money. They're not dealing with the factual money. And the people with that can produce the thing, this is what John was saying, with that money, you know, with the gold standard on there, you know, because you know it's a difficult question. I'm not going to say that I'm going to be in there. There's a lot of different ways that you can think about doing it, like, but you know, it does need a meeting of the minds and sitting down, and it needs explaining so that everyone can understand it in an open and transparent manner.
I found it interesting that they were calling this out as far back as the 17th century. The freaking 17th century, they knew this was imaginary money.
Mm-hmm.
Good God. Yeah, that was a good job there by Tin Chan. Brilliant.
Yeah.
I mean, gold,
and again, we're just hearing the same information from so many different places now. It's not just us saying it, it's coming in from independent sources all around the world now.
Yeah,
It's exactly the same as the Roman economy.
Yeah,
And
it is.
And we're at the exact same stage where their economy fell in bits. It's
Yes,
followed.
we are.
They followed exactly the same monetary system as the Romans. The Romans never collapsed. They just restarted the money again, exactly
Yeah.
the same. And instead of cutting the coins for tax, they tax us.
Yeah.
And then they water the copper down so it won't, so magnet will pick it up. They've just done exactly what the Romans did.
Yeah, because they used to snip the coins, didn't they?
Yeah.
They used to snip the end of the around the edge of the coins.
Yeah. And then
Of course, back then they were made from the gold and it was made from silver, don't you? So you can see why they were, yeah.
Gold used to be solid gold, and then they turned it into an alloy because they couldn't cut any more off when they taxed them.
Right, yeah.
They devalued the coin by cutting bits off.
I mean, what was it an urban myth that you had a strip of silver in the £5 notes back in the day?
Yes.
Yeah, they used to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could pull it out.
and they said it was no value anymore.
Mm.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, I mean, I don't know about you, but I've got to shoot off now. Has anybody else any other questions? Until next time, then, yeah.
Thanks, John.
Tomorrow
Thanks,
morning,
everyone.
is it? Tomorrow morning?
I'm not. No, well, I'm with we're on there, Sean. The next show, this next meeting of this will be when John books it next. Like, so I'll be probably Tuesday next week or something.
Okay, I'll put a
I'm-
note in the diary and then
Yeah.
you can just invite me like you did this
Yeah, I
time.
would. I'll next one. I'll send you the links anyway. I'll send you the links
Thank
again.
you.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
No
Thank you, Andrew. Thank
No
you,
worries.
John.
Take
Thank
care.
you, everybody.
Okay.
God bless all.
Okay.
Okay then. I'll
All
see
right,
you.
then.
And I'll see you. Not your tonight. I'll see you tomorrow morning tomorrow midday, John. Your
midday
time of day.
tomorrow.
My 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
John, you're a genius. I love you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks very much.
God bless. Bye
Yeah,
bye.
thank you, John.
Thank you.
See you later.
Thank
See
you.
you later.
Tomorrow. We'll buzz the whole lot off tomorrow.
Yeah. I'll see you. Yes, we'll on
Yeah.
Sean's. Yeah. Okay then. Bye bye for now.
Okay,
See you later.
bye.
Bye now.